I'm Ryan, and today we are going to work on an acrylic landscape lesson. All of the tools and materials will be listed in the video description, and if you'd like help with the drawing process, I'll have the traceable up over on Patreon, along with the reference photo for color matching. With that said, let's jump into it. So, as you can see, today we're going to be painting this really nice mountain range reflecting down into the lake, and we'll be using this large flat-headed brush to begin doing so in the sky. The brush here has a 1-inch top, and as you can see is quite sharp, which will allow us to cut along the edges of our mountains quite easily. This is also great because it can carry quite a bit of paint. As per usual, prior to grabbing any actual pigment, I'm going to dip the bottom third of my brush here into some water and wipe off the excess. This is going to make the brush fairly damp, and it's going to condense all of the bristles here so we get a nice sharp line. The added water will also help us keep our paint wet significantly longer, and it'll aid in the blending process. So I'm going to begin by taking some cerulean blue, moving that down here on my palette. I'll grab an equal mixture of titanium white, work that in, then I'll grab just a hint of Mars black using the corner of my brush, and I'll also wipe off the excess. Just because it's such a strong pigment, you really don't need much for it to work into your blue here. And right now we're essentially just trying to desaturate our blue a little bit so that it doesn't pop to the point where it steals attention from the rest of the piece. And now that I have this, I'm going to put down my palette and just test it on my reference photo really quickly. Looks quite good, could be slightly brighter, so I'll pick that back up, just interject a little bit of extra titanium white. There we go, test it again, and that's much better. So I will now take this, and I generally like to begin by working along the edges of my subjects. And I do this rather than jumping into the middle of the sky, because when you have fresh paint on your brush, you're generally able to render the most sharp lines, and you have the most control over your pigment. So, if we want to retain as much of the drawing as we can, generally this is the best way of going about it. Then, when you start to run out of pigment and you have to press harder with your brush, that's when I start to use the extra pigment, flip my brush over, grab the paint from there too, and I just work that in. However, I'm not going to try to force the paint to stretch farther than it wants to. I'm not going to try to move this all the way over here because you can see it does get chalky. I'm going to stay in the areas that I initially started working in, and that's going to give me the best general application. So, from there, I know that my pigment actually needs to get a bit darker as we move into the clouds over here, so I'm going to work some extra cerulean blue back in, which is a darker pigment than what we currently had mixed, and I'll also work some extra Mars black in there, just like so. It's one of those skies that has a lot of blue, but it's also a little bit cloudy. And I'm just going to work this almost in a diagonal application over here. I'll do a bit of a soft blend into the sky on the top and the sky on the bottom. And the soft blends, the applications that aren't streaky, are best achieved when you don't apply much pressure with your brush and you just keep your stroke really soft. Now I do need to move back into this area. I'll use a corner of the brush as it is much more sharp than the edge. I'm going to add some extra water to my brush. And then along the top here we are going to have more of the sky showing, so I will brighten this back up. And you're probably curious as to why I don't just do all of the brighter parts first and then do all of the darker parts. And I like switching back and forth because it ensures that I'm consistently remixing my paint. So it makes me a stronger painter in that it allows me to color match much more frequently. But it's also good because it allows me to work cohesively across and not kind of separate my applications and make something that might look a little intimidatingly messy. So as I get to here, we do get back into the darker cloud. Grab some extra Mars black, but not too much. Some extra titanium white. I think we grayed it down a little too much, so I'll add in some blue. And at this point, I am a little unsure of my mix, so I'm going to put that down for a sec. Just head over to my reference, and that is significantly too dark. So I'm glad I did test that. You also don't have to work with a reference photo. I just find it's a little bit easier when you're just getting started. You need to test your colors. You're not entirely sure if it's going to look right. And of course, the reference photo is up over on Patreon for those of you who are interested in painting with that process. So I'm getting closer, but it definitely needs a little bit of something. So I did a little practice behind the scenes just to test some different colors, and this is what I came up with that I really liked. However, I'm not just going to show you this and continue painting. Let's remix this together. So I'm going to take some Cerulean blue, and I look at that and I say, okay, you know what? This is a lot more gray. So let's add some titanium white and some Mars black. We'll mix those together. So now we have a much more gray blue, but it's definitely a lot darker. So we need to brighten it up. We say, okay, you know, we'll add some titanium white. Getting closer. Much better. But you know what? This has a little bit of red in it. So let's grab a little bit of red, take off the excess. Don't always feel like you need to incorporate however much you initially grab, because you can take off what you don't need. That's looking pretty good. Needs to be a bit more blue though. So we'll add that back in slowly. We don't want to add too much. And now again we compare, we say, okay, what's different about these? I see the pink, I see the blue, I see that it's nice and gray. This is a little bit brighter. So we add some extra titanium white. Getting there. A little more extra titanium white. Closer. Every time we add titanium white though, it desaturates it. So we add more blue. And just like that, we essentially have our initial color. So now that I have this, I'm actually going to apply it on top of the original cloud color that I had. And I think it's worth noting here that, oh, that looks so much better, that the initial layer is semi-transparent because all acrylics are semi-transparent. So you see the white of the canvas showing through that mix, but you don't really see it showing through this mix because this mix has quite a bit of Mars black and titanium white, and there's significantly more opaque pigments. So you don't run into those same issues. So I'm just going to paint in the larger cloud that I can see here. There are some openings, as you can see, in between it and the mountains. And then we also have a nice colorful cloud right here that we'll come back to. But you can see that I am working along my edges. I'll start moving that cloud up here. It breaks apart. We have a couple of smaller clouds that are all semi-connected. Using the corner of the brush to do those. And you might want to switch to holding your brush like this as opposed to holding your brush like a pencil, because it'll allow you to paint a bit more loosely. That way you don't create unintended patterns and things feel natural. There we go. And it surrounds this other bright, larger cloud. So, once we have that done, we do need to go back over the other area, this being the other area, once it's dry, and make sure that it's nice and thick. So we're going to take a little bit of what we were using, add in some cerulean blue, some titanium white. You can see that it is significantly brighter. And this will be the second layer, so it'll be much more thick. It'll look a lot better. And that's something that I don't think a lot of acrylic painters recognize initially, is that you will have to do a number of layers because the medium is inherently quite thin, especially when you work in water. So you're going to want to take your time and to recognize that there are going to be messy layers, and that's okay. Because in the end, if you're patient and you approach it pragmatically, you will get what you want. There we go. Doing a soft blend between the clouds, as you can see there, by just using very minimal amounts of pressure with my brush. I'm also going to work this blue down in here. I'm using the corner of my brush to do it. Keep those applications sharp, working the edges then back into the middle. We'll do that again here, but something to note, if you look at this and you look at this, they do look different, and that's because that had a base layer, this does not. So the white yet again is showing through. We have a more thin application, so it's just not going to look as finished. That said, we can blend it into this for now, and we can go back to it later and just add that second layer as we did right there. So I'm still working in that slightly diagonal stroke for our blend, and I really like how that all turned out. With that said, I'm going to stick with this brush, going to grab more of that blue, or start applying it right up here in between these other more separated dark clouds, using the corner of the brush, doing slight blends. This is just going to give us a softer cloud, but you can have a hard cloud if you want. Personal preference. Just looking over at the photo, making sure that it's relatively similar. Need slightly more paint, so we'll work that in. There we go. Grab a bit more of that. If that's dried, you can just add a little bit of red and black to the mix. But I do mean a little bit. Very, very minimal amounts. And then I'm going to paint just a little bit of this sky showing through in these clouds right here. And it'll kind of reach up to this area, but they don't quite connect right there. So that's an interesting little feature. And then I'll try to blend the edges by, again, just going over it very softly. Of course, because we are applying this on top of a darker layer, and the paints are semi-transparent, this looks significantly darker than that, or that, but that's okay because, again, you can just go back into it with an additional layer a little bit later on. With that said, I do actually want to let that and that dry, as well as that really, that way we can go back in and add an additional layer to thicken it up. And I note that we should let it dry first, because if you tried to do it now, then you might just with the water on your brush kind of rip up some of that paint, and it'll be difficult to apply a thick amount. So let it dry 5, maybe 10 minutes depending upon your location, your geography, and then we'll head back in. So our sky is now dry, and we're going to head back in with a 1/4 inch round pointed brush. This is great because that sharp point at the top will help us get some really nice sharp detail should we need them, and the soft edge will give us a nice blend for the clouds. So I'm going to begin by making sure that it's nice and damp. Then we'll go ahead and mix a pigment that is very similar, if not slightly brighter, to that of what we have here. And it's fully dried on the palette, so we'll definitely need to go back in and mix a little bit more. Here you can see I'm grabbing the smallest amount of Mars Black just to desaturate it a little bit. And just like that, we have our initial pigment with just a little bit of added brightness. So I'm going to apply this right down here to begin with, because again, it was a little bit thin in our first application. And when you're blending it up into this cloud, because before we had a wet and a wet blend, you're just going to use the edge of the brush. You're going to use very minimal amounts of pressure. And you're going to work on top of this darker gray very softly, very slightly. You're going to work it up, and you're going to create a little bit of a gradient, because this new application will be semi-transparent, especially with very minimal amounts of pressure, and you'll be able to create what looks like a blend with a wet into dry technique. So I just applied that right there, quite happy with it. Now let's grab some more of our pigment here, and let's head into this area, which dried fairly dark. While acrylics are semi-transparent, and difficult to kind of build on top of darker layers. They are also a type of paint that dries slightly darker than what they look like when they're applied. So we do need to go back in, build this up probably a couple of times. Here I'm heading back up to the right hand side. And this right here is essentially a larger opening in the sky. So we'll also add that. Now, I know we've been painting for a little while, and we don't have too much done yet, but I think it's important when you're just starting a painting to really get your footing, ensure that your fine motor skills are kind of firing the way you want them to, and taking your time and just starting on a sky which isn't too complicated is a great way of entering back in and just ensuring that you're going to be able to work into the harder areas. So that looks significantly brighter than that, and that, because again the white is showing through. That's okay, we'll go back and do another layer in a little bit. I also want to do another layer here, but because it's so wet, it's not the best idea to do that right now. With that said, I'm going to start working on these other clouds, and for that I'm going to need some blue, some red, some white. Oh, this is going to be really pretty. A little bit of extra blue. And of course some Mars black. So right now I have a massive amount of paint on my brush, as you can see, and that is difficult to render detail with because there's just so much. You don't have that fine tip anymore. So we're actually going to just wipe the excess off on a cloth or a paper towel, make sure the brush is nice and damp. Then once it's relatively clean, we'll grab just a little bit. I'm going to test it on my reference photo, which is already starting to look a little rough. And as you can see, it works for the shadows of the cloud, but it doesn't work for the highlights. So I'm going to use it for the shadows and as a transitionary color. So I start applying this down here on the right hand side and at the bottom. I'll apply it to the bottom of this little strand that's coming out there, and I'll apply a little bit of it right there. Then we'll need to brighten it. So add some extra red, extra blue, extra white. I have the original off to the side there so I can kind of match and see if I'm moving in the right direction. Right now it's slightly more red and it's not as bright, so I am continuously adding small amounts of white, and I always add in small amounts just because it's so easy to accidentally add too much of something and then difficult to work it back. So I like to work very minimally with my mixes. Try things, make sure I like them. And here, as you can see, I didn't take off the excess pigment, so I had a lot, and therefore I started in the middle as opposed to in any of the sharper areas. Figured I'd just make a little bit of use of that paint. Now I'm taking off the excess because I do have to get into those more finely crafted smaller areas and edges. So here I am going to switch my brush to holding it like this to get a bit more of a loose stroke. I'm going to ensure that the edges are always changing. This part kind of points up, then it's a little bit of a hump, then there's a larger one. We have some little protruding clouds and pieces that are breaking off over there. There we go. And I am trying to blend this down into the darker area. I'm using very minimal amounts of pressure here. There we go. You can see that this is fully dry, but because I'm using such little pressure, I am getting a bit of a blend, or at least an optical blend. And I'm being a bit more playful with these than I need to be. They're less prominent in the reference photo, but I am going to take some artistic liberties with these and make them a bit more notable, a bit larger, just because I really like them and I think it'll be advantageous to the piece as a whole. So far, so good. Now that I have almost no paint on my brush, I can kind of incorporate a little bit of this pink elsewhere and just create some really soft clouds. So now we have multiple types of clouds, light hitting the clouds in different ways, and the piece already has some depth and diversity. There we go. Going back over some of the thin areas, I want to be a bit more thick, though it is important to remember when you're doing this, some of the edges you'll want to be sharper, some of them you'll want to be softer. So this top area right here, that's quite sharp. I generally like the tops of my clouds a little bit sharper. Then the bottom area, it's a bit more thin. I'm using less pressure. I'm doing more of that wet into dry blend. And I'm just finding that out the way I want to. Then I'll use very minimal amounts of pressure. I'll create some extra clouds over here. Very soft ones. You can also take your finger and really soften them. We'll just add some extra color to the sky in the form of very transparent, soft clouds. There we go. Now, at this point, we kind of have one larger dominant cloud in this area. Generally not something I like to do, but it is in the reference photo. It's kind of off to the right. I think it's really interesting. And before I go ahead and add any additional ones and play with that further, I do want to do more of the rest of the piece and just kind of gauge over time how much I want to add, because right now we don't have much to compare it to detail or color-wise. So now we're going to head into the mountains and we're just going to work our way downwards with them. The first area that we need to tackle is the area that is catching a lot of orangey pink light. Now, I know generally when we see something with all of that bright pigment, we innately say, okay, you know what, let's mix that really nice vibrant orange, let's throw it on there, but what we actually need to do is build a darker base layer. But I'm going to do that with quite a bit of our red, a little bit of our yellow. Keep it red dominant. Then I will grab some blue, and I essentially want to mix these down into a bit of a brown. When you add all three of your primary colors, red, yellow, and blue, you put them together, you do generally end up with a brown. Unless it's very yellow and blue dominant, in which case you'll get a green. So I'm being very apprehensive about the amount of blue I incorporate. And then I'm going to make it significantly darker. So I'll add some Mars black. Then I'll add a hint of titanium white to mix with the Mars black and make it more desaturated. As you can see, we do have a nice brown now, but I do want it to be darker. There we go. Give that a test on my photo. That looks good. So, I'm actually going to take this new pigment, going to use the corner of my brush and start mapping in the tops of these mountains while I can make a really sharp impression. And it's worth noting that I didn't take the excess pigment off my brush prior to going in and starting these applications. And I'd just like to note that that was a mistake, not an intentional choice. I'd still recommend when going into sharp edging to clean your brush well. With that said, I'm now going to move down in here and start applying it. It's also worth noting that this is meant to be a dark base layer, but when we stretch the paint out, it gets much brighter. You can see the white of the canvas showing through. So just a friendly reminder that you need to keep it thick. And if you feel like it's too bright, you can just throw in a little bit of additional Mars black and then proceed from there. I'm trying not to use too much Mars black though, because we do need a orange to go on top of it, and orange is comprised of red and yellow and black, when layered together, generally turn into a green. So I'm trying to be fairly careful and keep this mixture, while brown, more red dominant than anything. And so we're just being subtle, being careful. This is also why we did the sky first, so that we could layer the mountains on top and not have to worry about any real detail work at this point. You can also see that I've drawn in an outline where the highlights in the mountain end, so I don't accidentally end up going too far, using too much paint, wasting any real time. This is just going to keep it easy. Mixing up a bit more of my pigment. There we go. And now let's just fill that in. We'll have a line of trees here, which we'll paint on top later, so I'm not too worried about the edges being messy. And we also have a couple of highlights over on the left-hand side as well. So, my brush is just a little bit damp. Not too damp though, because we don't want it to be too transparent. Just throw a little bit of a highlight on there. This one has a bit more of a highlight and an interesting top. You'll notice that they aren't all pointed tops. This one has a little bit of a flat top. This one over here is pointed, but it leans that way. This one is a bit more flat and two different planes. This one is two different points. And when I look in the reference photo, I realize it's actually three, so I'll add another one. Just try to keep things consistently inconsistent, and it'll look much more natural. And this one up here has some snow right in between, so I'm going to avoid that. And just work this in. Now what I'm going to do is let this dry over the next 5 minutes or so. I'm going to go back in, add a second layer in the exact same way, just so it's a bit more thick. Then I'll let that dry, and together we can go in and start adding some details. So as we step back, we can see that this is now dry to the touch, which is great. It means we can head back into it, and I'm going to do so with a smaller round pointed brush. This one is about 1/8 of an inch, and we're going to start applying some highlights and some details. So let's get a little closer. So I'm going to start, as per usual, by making sure my brush is nice and damp. Then I'll head over to my palette. I'll grab some of our cadmium yellow deep hue, some of our cadmium red light hue, mix those two together, and make sure that I have slightly more red than I do yellow, just because, again, it does need to be red dominant to apply over that and not end up looking a little green. I'm also going to take some white, add that into the mix as well. And I think we'll give this a try on the reference photo. And that's a pretty much perfect match. All we need is a little bit more brightness. There we go. So I do have a lot of paint on my brush, as we talked about. Like to take that off. Head back in, grab a little more. And now the light is coming this way for the most part. We have these mountains blocking the other portions of the bottom area here, which is why they're not going to be so bright. But we need to consider this as we're applying the pigment, because if these are getting light from this way, then anything facing this way is going to have more light. So right here is a good example of the rock kind of moving down, catching quite a bit of light. And so I'm just tapping on lots of these little implications. I'm leaving openings, line work. I'm trying to make sure all of it is nice and sharp. And then there are darker areas of the mountain that don't protrude as much, and I apply those, like right here, when I start to run out of paint. So they're going to be more semi-transparent, they're going to be less visually notable. And so we need to prioritize what we're applying paint to first, and then work from there. I also think that I'd like this to be slightly more red, so I'm going to work that into our mixture. There we go. Again, small strokes, and these strokes are going to differ. This one here, you can see it's kind of going diagonally following the top edge, and then it'll break down into two different, more so vertical applications. And then I have two little movements that kind of go diagonally this way. And there are thousands of these in the reference photo. And when you're making a painting, that is this size, you're simply not going to have the physical space to apply all of those details. So you need to start simplifying, asking yourself what the most prominent areas are, what's going to be the brightest, what you really want to have detail, and then start applying from there. Here you can see we created a little bit of a crevice, which is pretty interesting. And this area is going to get quite a bit of light. So I'm working this in. You can see that the paint's running out. I'm getting some softer areas, which is great because it gives me an area that I can go back into and designate brighter spots. But as a good rule here, again, things that are facing this way are going to get slightly more light. So we'll start up here. And I'm going to jump around a little bit. That way I don't consistently make the same strokes in the same areas and create an unintentional pattern. We use reference photos to ensure that we are consistently changing things, but at the same time, we are also simplifying due to necessity of space. And in the process, I just want to make sure that we keep things interesting and diverse. Now this is going to dip down as it moves over here. We're going to have another highlight that kind of works from up there. There we go. It's pretty interesting. Moving back over some of them that I liked and I want to further play with. We'll also start mixing more pigment. Again, I don't like to mix too much in the beginning, simply because I like the opportunity to remix frequently and kind of memorize how I get to these colors for the future. It'll teach you a lot more in the end. So here we have some really thick pigment. You can see just how prominent that is, especially now because we are applying it atop previously applied reds. There we go. This is a little bit too stark to just be right there, so we'll need to move that down, make it a bit more cohesive. There we are. We can have a little piece sticking out on the other side there. We'll slowly build this up. And if you find an area does become too vibrant, too bright, it is a relatively easy fix in that you just take the initial darker pigment and you work on top of it. So here I'm kind of working this down in a different way, in that this rock, for the most part, the way it's facing us, it's flat. It's not pointed in the way this kind of has a front and a back. Like this is a front and a back. This is essentially just facing us. And you can see all of these little divots in the rock. And this, again, is just a great example of making sure that we don't continuously do the same thing, because it should have a very different effect. And it's going to make the piece, in the end, much more interesting. Because it's also so much more flat and facing the light, you're going to have less crevices in it. And so it's going to be more uniform. And we can build up this red significantly more so than we could in the other areas. There we go. Admittedly, this is going to look a little strange for a little while, but again, that's just kind of the nature of acrylics. There we go. We'll also work some more of an orangey yellow back into this later. And we'll also add some snow into the tops of these later as well. It's all about the process. We'll build it over time, in layers, when it's right. So again, you can use horizontal strokes, vertical strokes, diagonal strokes, and it depends on the way in which your rock is facing in relation to the light. So, quick little pop quiz. If it's facing this way, what happens to it? It gets brighter. If it's facing this way, it gets darker because it's opposite to the light. If it's facing this way, like that is, the majority of it is going to be bright instead. That's essentially how you create depth in paintings. You allocate where the light is, you wrap light around your subjects, you wrap shadows around your subjects, and then all of a sudden you have a three-dimensional piece that works properly with the atmosphere and the lighting system. With that said, let's step a bit farther back. We've been painting very close up, and I think that's important for really getting your detail right and showing that it's changing, but I also think it's really important to paint from farther away. That way you can see each piece in context with the rest and make sure that it is, as a whole, nice and cohesive and everything kind of fits together. So we are now a little bit farther away, and we're going to mix up some additional pigment. We've done this a couple of times already. Definitely getting better at it. There we go, like that. I'm going to take off the extra pigment on my cloth and water. Grab just a little bit on the tip of the brush. Say, okay, you know what, this is the right-hand side, it's going to get some extra light. That's the top, it'll probably get some extra light, then you know there'll be a bit of a divot. And this area will protrude in an interesting way, so we'll apply that there. Grab some additional paint. Start building up multiple layers so that it gets much brighter. Because it'll be more opaque, you won't see through the pigment the same way. You can even take this and throw that into some other areas if you see little pieces you feel like could be accentuated in one way or the other. There we go. Here I have, as I can see, many more vertical strokes, and they're kind of built on top of one another. So that's interesting. And then the top of this will have a good amount as well. There we go. Now we'll thicken it. Don't forget to go back over and do your second layer. Maybe your third if it's really thin. And if you find it's difficult to create all of that sharp detail because you have too much paint, just let it dry and go back in with a dry brush. Or rather a dry into wet application. Just because that will give you more of an opportunity to create a new sharper application. And the grittiness you may get will actually look quite nice in the rock. So now we are getting quite close again, and we have a dry canvas. So we can take that same smaller, about 1/8 of an inch brush. We're going to take quite a bit of titanium white. Just find a new clean spot here on our palette. We'll grab the smallest amount of yellow. Wipe off the excess. We'll grab the smallest amount of red. Wipe off the excess. And we'll mix a warmer white. Again, you don't want this to be red, you don't want this to be yellow, you want it to look like a warm white. Now, I do need to make a very small stroke, so this isn't going to do. We'll take off that pigment. Make sure the brush is damp. That way the bristles are condensed and we can create a really sharp stroke, or rather series of them. And I know right here in this little crevice there is some snow. So I'll apply that. Just like that. Nice and easy. I know that there's a little bit of snow right here. So I'll apply that. Nice and easy. Now I already need more water because I've essentially run out of paint and my brush is getting dry. I don't want to have to apply this with pressure. I know that there's a little bit of snow right there, so I'll throw that on. There's going to be a bit of a line of snow right here, and it pops so well against the orange. It's going to drop down a little bit. There we go. Top here. Starting to come together. One of those things that does look really good, but requires patience, requires us to take our time. And here it's quite interesting. We have a lot of snow. Starts with a bit of a diagonal stroke right there. Then we start to go up and down a little bit. Different rock crevices that are a little too dark to see right now, because we are on the shadow side, just a little bit. And I noted as the shadow side, it's not that much darker, it's not that shadowed. It's just a little bit more so than the front here and the areas that are really getting hit with light. Now I'm going to need to take some artistic liberties here because I did before, and my formations aren't exactly the same as the reference photo. That's okay. I truly do feel like the reference photo is there to help you, not handcuff you. Don't have too much over here. And also, you'll notice that the snow is relatively inconsistently applied. Different amounts in different areas, and that's a good thing. That keeps it interesting. You don't want it to be the same amount, the same opacity, the same stroke everywhere. Otherwise it's a little monotonous and you just don't get a lot of visual information or interest out of it. So you want it to be diverse. There we are. Really love this area right here. Definitely the standout. With that said, I think we'll head on over to these and work on them. But it should be noted that if you feel like any of these applications are thin, let them dry and then come back to them in 5 or so minutes. So now we're jumping into these two. Our brush is nice and damp. We have almost no paint. So we'll just grab some white, small bit of red, small bit of yellow, probably a lot more white, and that's what we want. So we'll take off the extra paint. First we didn't have enough, now we have too much, and now we have the perfect amount. So right here I actually have a large area for snow that I left open, and it actually works down into the shadow side, which will be really interesting because you'll see the change of value and hue in the snow through that very dramatically. Going to try to create some little pieces that part off. Then we just have some smaller sections on this one in the photo, but I think I'll probably add some more myself. There we go. So you can see it's kind of climbing down this rock, and then it's not necessarily falling, but building up this way. Oh, I like that. I think I'll also do a little bit more right here. It allows you to separate different areas you might feel are too simple and add some additional, more busy applications in there. That said, you don't want to overdo it. Go little bit by little bit, build it up over time. That way you can be confident about how much you're adding and where you're adding it. There we go. So, let's get a little farther back and see how that looks. There we go. If you ask me, that looks like it's coming along really well. Like that a lot. And it could look even better if we spend more time breaking apart little orange pieces, making little crevices, little, horizontal and vertical markings. So the more time you spend in this, honestly, the better it's going to look. Obviously, this is a tutorial. I don't want to give you a 20-hour tutorial, so I'm not going to go ahead and do that for 10 hours, but you could, and it would look spectacular. So just something to consider, and with that said, let's continue into this area of the mountain right here. So hypothetically, this has the same under darker value as this and this and this, but I only want to do this right now because I don't want to get ahead of myself. I don't want to start kind of making a large portion of the painting look messy at once, because that can make you less excited about completing the painting. So I'm going to start with that area, and I'm going to start by mixing up some of the brown, which we previously played with earlier in the painting. The same dark base layer that we used for that. And again, if you're curious as to why we didn't just use this pigment initially to cover the entirety of the mountains, it's for the same reason that I'm not going and doing these right now. I just want a little bit more control. I want a little bit more of a miniature goal system. Something that's consistently rewarding as opposed to something that's seemingly larger and arduous. So, things to consider here. We are going to have patches of snow. And first of all, we should test this on our remaining rocks, make sure that it looks right. It does. Very happy about that. I know that I am going to have some snow right there, so I'll leave that area open. I'll work this down. Now remember, these darker areas had 2 layers. This is on its first layer. So what does that tell us? This is going to be semi-transparent. It's going to look brighter. It's probably going to look a little bit more brown because when paint is more transparent, you can see the hue of it more prominently. It's a little deceiving. See here as it thins out, you can really see the brown, where there, not so much. So recognize that right now we're essentially just filling in this area. We'll have to do it twice regardless of how much water we use or how thick we try to make our applications. Obviously, the farther you stretch it, this area might be something that needs to be done 3 times as opposed to 2. And I'm trying to not create a hard line through this, but I'm also trying to build it up into it in a way. That way they do feel cohesive. With that said, I'm almost out of pigment, so I'll mix up some more red, yellow, blue, black. Also, if I occasionally, in this process, move to the wrong color and you don't really see it off screen, I'm looking at my palette, I'm not looking at the camera, and it's quite zoomed in right now. So at this point, I'm kind of intuitively guessing as to where the camera sees. So I hope you can see all of this. I will be slightly more aware now that I think of it. But if miraculously you have been able to see everything, that's fantastic. And that is probably a skill that's been built up over just years of doing this. I remember doing the 10-minute paintings 2-3 years ago, and I'd get comments semi-regularly noting that my hand was in the way, or that there were just little issues like that. Just things you wouldn't think about in the process of painting because, this is where I put my hand. So just funny little things like that. But I feel like the more we do this, the easier it is to just naturally avoid them from the beginning, which is pretty great. Anyways, that right there is snow, that right there is snow, that right there is snow, that right there is snow. So we're going to let this dry, then we'll come back into it with a second layer, and then we can start adding the details in here in the same way that we did these ones. So as you can see, our mountains are now dry, and we can head back in with that smaller brush. So this is actually going to be quite a bit different than that. It's going to be a lot cooler, it's going to be a lot grayer. So we're going to start with some Mars Black, and you know what, we'll mix it right here, just because we are going to be using more of these colors rather than these ones. And I'll start by mixing a fairly neutral gray. Then I will throw in a little bit of our blue, maybe a little bit more, and also a hint of the red. That way it does have a cohesive feel with the orange. Now I'm going to take this, and rather than wiping it off immediately, I'm going to test it on my reference. I'm going to see that I do like it quite a bit. And so now I'm going to take that excess. I'm going to wipe that off on a cloth. Grab this right here. And I'm going to start by looking where these lines came down, and then I'll start following them. Because this is a highlight, but it's a cooler highlight. And it's going to follow the same protruding areas. So let's get you a little bit closer so you can see. Okay, so we're going to take this pigment here, and as you can see, we've started applying those. Now I'll start breaking them off into additional smaller areas, and then you know what, I think we'll combine a couple of them, and there's almost this little opening in the rock, so we're going to leave this darker divot right here. So this area of the rock, it's relatively flat facing us, and it gets more so the farther it goes down. And then we have another little opening right there. So you can see that a lot of this is implied. You can see that a lot of it is quite loose. And I still have quite a bit of paint on my brush, so I'm only working right now on the areas that, again, are really getting a lot of light. So I'm finding these, bring them down, and then once I start to run out of my paint, like now, I can start working into the areas that are going to be a bit darker. And this moves inwards, so I'm no longer doing that flat, more vertical application. And this does look darker because, of course, we just don't have as much paint on our brush, so we're getting a much more transparent application. Now I will head back to my palette, grab a bit more of that pigment. Now we can come back in with something quite a bit stronger. Trying to do some little taps in here as well to get just a slightly different texture. And you can see that the light here, it moves up and down the mountain. It's not a clean line because the mountains aren't a clean shape. They have divots and protrusions. And I'm kind of crafting almost like little roads here. It's an easy way of thinking about it. Just getting some extra water. You can also come back in with slightly more highlighted applications. Every time you move it on a diagonal level, it's going to look like there's a bit of a drop, and it's going to look like maybe there might be a bit of an extension outwards. So if you paint it vertically, it looks like there is a drop, but it's clean. And if you paint it, again, if it's leaning to the right, maybe it's leaning to the left, it looks like it's moving forward to a point as well, which expands the width of the mountain and can be quite useful. Don't be afraid of the edges, by the way. Move over into the white at some point. Hopefully you can see through this process, though, why we only did this area first, as it could have looked quite messy going over all of it at once. With that said, definitely want to add some extra color in here, make it a bit more diverse. So that's our regular color. Let's add a little bit of red and the smallest hint of yellow into that gray. There we go. And this is where we're going to build it up to be interesting. So we're going to pick some specific but important spots. Ones that you do feel like might get a little bit more warm light. So these are the real protrusions, the areas that really stick out. You can make it up, of course, by just moving down, moving left, moving right, or you can check your reference photo. You can also do a combination of the two, which is what I'm doing right here. So this added color is really going to make it fit in a lot better with the top. It's going to make it a lot more visually interesting. And when you create kind of stranger mixes of color like this, it makes it so the viewer can't look at the painting and immediately know exactly what's occurring. It's one of those things where they really have to think about it. They have to they have to sit with the painting for a lot longer of a time, which means they'll engage with it more. It'll create more of a memory and experience. So going with these slightly more obscure colors can be a really great thing for a painting in terms of its interest and longevity. I'm also not going over all of the more grayish blue applications, just a couple. Just the ones I really think should be accentuated. You can also remix more of your almost black, that dark brown. And we'll do that here for a second. You can see just how quick we're getting it. That said, I got a little too confident. I added more white than I should have. So I'll just bring that back down, add some extra saturation, because that extra white and black did desaturate it quite a bit. There we go. So I'm going to take that extra paint off my brush, and we're going to re-interject some interesting darker details back into this. So I'm going to really accentuate that separation there. This one here as well. You can break things in half. Just try to diversify your strokes, your applications, and make something as natural and unpredictable as you can. Here I'm doing a little bit of tapping just to create some extra texture. Just using the corner of the brush, like that. It's starting to look pretty good. And it'll look much better from farther away as well, because then you won't really notice the brush strokes. Now, let's add some snow. So this snow is going to be quite gray because it's in the shadows. It's not going to be extremely bright. It is going to have a little bit of blue. There we go. I'm going to test this on my reference. It's a little too dark. Grab some extra white, move it off to the side, that way I don't have to mix with all of it, and use a significant amount of that white. Test it, and that's what I wanted. So, now I do have a lot of paint on my brush, so I'm just going to apply this right now to areas I know are going to require a lot. I'm not doing any detailed areas. There we go. Take the extra off. Now we'll start working that up our mountain. And this is where there's real details and intricacies really build the painting. So make it look like it's kind of descending from the top of the mountain. It's kind of stretching down and then pooling a little bit. There we go. I think we'll also go over this with a slightly brighter variant once it's dry, but I don't want to do it quite yet, just because I think it might be too wet to really build on top of. There we are. That looks nice. We have a lot going on over here. There are quite a number of details. Going to switch to holding my brush like this rather than like a pencil. That way I can loosen up my stroke. And already I'm getting different applications than what I was before. Makes it harder to create exactly what you want, but that's kind of a good thing. It's kind of the point. It's also something you'll get better at, and you'll have a really interesting level of control once you've done it for a while. There we go. Oh, wow. I was excited about painting this, but I had no idea it would turn out this nice this early on. And again, once we pull back the camera, it'll look even better. There we go. So as we step back, all of those different brush strokes, they kind of meld together and start to look like something significantly more real. And I love that effect. I love when you are right up close to the painting and you can see the brush strokes. You can see that, you know, so many hours, so many different thoughts and decisions went into it. But then when you step back, you get a much more real image. And I love when it can do both. So really like this technique with the mountains and the rocks there. With that said, we are now going to start working in these right here. So heading back to the larger 1/4 inch round pointed brush, getting some yellow, some red, some blue, Mars black, and just a hint of titanium white. Remember last time we added too much? We learned from that. If you don't like something, make a mental note of it. That way you do not repeat it in the future. So let's just start by working this in. We can see that it does match our previous applications, which is great. Starting on the edges, and then of course we can start to move in. Do have a bit of snow right there, so I'm just leaving a spot for it. We have what looks like an area that's more sand and dirt right there, so I'm going to leave that as well. And this is going to build down into those. So that area is quite thin. We know we need to go over all of it again as we did with that, but let's do the first layer together. It might seem a little monotonous, but good to see things more than once. Good to have little reminders. And I really want to show you this part of it just so you can see where we do have areas of snow like this that I'm going to work around. Okay. So we don't seem to have any real snow down to here. This part is going to wrap into a different area though. So I know I can go to there. Hopefully you can still see the drawing. If not, of course, we do have the traceable up over on Patreon, as well as the reference photo for color matching. So, as you can see, I filled in my mountains, let them fully dry, and now we can go in and do some details together. Now, as we go ahead and do this, I want you to think about the steps that we did previously here before I do them. That way, you're kind of testing yourself, making sure that these are things that you really are keeping in your head, memorizing, and ensuring that in the future when you need to paint mountains and rocks like this, you know exactly how to do it. So I'm going to start here by mixing a fairly light to medium gray. Going to add in a little bit of blue. And this is going to be our first layer after, of course, I test it on our reference photo, it did end up being a little bit too bright, so I'll just add some extra Mars black, give that a test. And now what do we do with this pigment? Probably take it off, because we do have a little bit too much on our brush. Now I'll head back, grab some of that, and I'll look for protruding areas that have connections, essentially. Areas that will kind of continue to drop down from previously applied areas. So I'm looking for those highlights in the orange. Here's another pretty prominent one. And then we can continue this down here. So, let's grab a bit more of our paint. Remember that we want these to be really quite small. Going to create another one of those little openings like we did right there. Just not as prominent. I'm also not going to leave this back edge to be black or almost black. I'm going to give it a slight bit of light because that is going to wrap its way around the mountain to a point. So I'm just going around those edges, and this isn't something you should remember from before. This is a new part of the lesson, so don't worry about that. But this has a bunch of vertical applications, and I did them in the darker area over here because I was running out of paint, and again, that is the best point to go ahead and do that. So now I actually have a horizontal application, as I can see in the reference photo. And that leads up to here. And then there's another horizontal application that leads down to there. And then there's a myriad of vertical ones right in here. So it's constantly changing and evolving as we want it to be. Need to connect from the top there. And of course we can test it over in these just to make sure that the values are similar in what we need them to be. I generally do like to start from the top and then work my way down, leaving lots of little openings. And you can see that I'm actually working on all three at once this time, and I'm doing that just to ensure, yet again, that my applications are nice and diverse. Not doing the same thing over and over in the same mountain. By jumping around, you physically have to kind of move your body, move your arm. And remember, if things are getting a little stiff, a little predictable, you can just start holding your brush like this instead and get much better, different results. So I have quite a bit of paint on my brush right now because we just loaded it up. So I'm predominantly working on areas that I think are going to be significantly brighter. You can also work this back into these rocks as well and build up highlights on previously applied areas, because again, acrylics do dry darker, they are fairly transparent, so if you do want them to truly pop, you'll have to go over some areas and applications a couple of times. Did quite a bit of tapping right there. Now that's quite bright, which isn't the worst thing because it could look like snow. Just be aware that when you don't mix your paint fully on here you can see some white, some blue, that might get on the side of your brush and you might get applications that aren't as consistent. Again, not concerned about that one, but something to keep in mind for the future. So here I'm being a bit more loose, a bit more quick. This is going to do one of two things. It's going to make things more or less repetitive. If it's less, proceed. If it's more, stop. Articulate why things are starting to look so visually samey. And then start to fix it from there. Really like how this is going though. Okay, so now we're moving on this one. I think we'll have a bit of an opening here. So we kind of have this darker inner middle spot. want it to start leafing off to the left so it looks like it's expanding. Remember, vertical lines make it look like it's falling. Diagonal lines make it look like it's falling but extending outwards at the same time, building that mass it takes up. There we go. Let's get a little closer. So we are now really up close, which means we are going to see quite a lot of brush strokes, quite a lot of detail, and it's going to start looking a little less realistic, which again, I think is great. I love it when a painting can do both, and that's what I'm personally trying to achieve here in this one. You also probably noticed that I'm frequently going over here and then grabbing nothing. I generally keep my darker pigments over to the left-hand side of the palette, so out of habit, I just kind of keep going there and not finding the black pigment, which is now just on the right of our mix. Kind of funny when that happens. But with that said, I'm going to continue with this, and I noticed that in the middle here on the photo, there's kind of this blocky area that consists of a lot of vertical marks. So I'm making these vertical strokes, but occasionally I'm dipping down first, and then I'll make them, and then I might come back a little bit, or I might go forward a little bit. I'm trying to make sure that they're not all perfectly vertical, but the majority of the movements are vertical. I hope that makes sense. I'm also going to leave a darker area here, then start expanding on it a bit more here. And I'm not following the reference photo perfectly, I'm looking at it for ideas. As we talked about, I don't think it's necessary, but I do think it's helpful. There we go. Let's make these a bit brighter. Again, I'm doing a bit of a tap so I get more of a texture in the rock as well. It's not just all strokes. And right now we only have the bluish gray applied. And we're definitely going to need to go back into this with color in the same way we did with our initial set of mountains. Now here it's pretty interesting in that we have a build-up. Large rock right here. A lot of vertical ones, but they move up like this first. Just a little bit. Make it look a bit wider. Trying to make my strokes really sharp, so they're quite watery, which makes them transparent, but that means I can build multiple layers in that same area, and they accumulate and look more like rocks as it does create distinguishable and different values. Here I'm starting to fill in some areas to make it look like the rock doesn't have a lot of divots. And that's another interesting thing. You can leave large divots in this, but that'll make it look like there are large crevices. If you want the rock to look more solid, then just start painting out those little crevices. Here I'm going to try to get a transition from not many to a lot more. And then again, right here, to not many. There we go. Just trying to keep it constantly evolving. And then I think we'll probably have some trees right up here. So I'll just create a little landing for them. There we go. See that? Looks like it protrudes. It's a little bit brighter than the rest. And now we can put something to grow on it. We're almost done with this slightly messy base layer, and then we can start adding in some of the more interesting, colorful applications. We also don't want to make these edges too bright because right here we do have snow, and if we make these too bright, then the snow won't look bright and we'll essentially lose a really nice subject. So here, I just wanted to quickly zoom out and show you what the side with color and snow looks like in contrast with what the side without color and snow looks like. It's a pretty big difference, and it's done with just very subtle little things. So just a friendly reminder, take the extra time, do the extra layers, add just that hint of hue, and you will come up with something much more special. With that said, let's again dive back into here, add some color, add some snow, and build that up. So our rocks now have officially dried to the touch, so I'm going to head back in with that very small round pointed brush, and we're going to add, of course, some blue to the mix, but also now some red. And we'll just add that hint of warmth to that gray, and it will make things nice and cohesive again. So I think it needs to be brighter than that. Going to test this on my reference. Looks a little bit too bright to me. I'll test it over here. Still, you know what? That's pretty good. It is a little bit too bright though. So we will add some additional Mars Black. Just like that. Testing, 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 testing. Much better. So, I'm going to take the extra off my brush. Going to grab that right there. And now, again, we look for areas that are really protruding, that really stand out. And you know what? I add that and I want a little bit more red in it. If anything, this should be a friendly reminder not to go with the first pigment you mix. Go back, try new pigments, try new mixes, edit, alter. The worst thing you can do in your painting is mix a color, say, oh, you know what? That's close enough, and then go from there. Because if you do that 2 or 3 times, then things really start changing. And then when you do get the colors really correct, they just don't seem cohesive anymore. They don't match with everything else because liberties have been taken everywhere else. So just make sure that if you feel like you want it to be a little bit better, and you know how to do it, you might as well. The extra time is worth it. So we're off to a good start. It's definitely getting brighter. But yet again, I feel like the more I do this, the more I want slightly more red in the mix. That being significantly too much, so let's desaturate it by adding some black and white. Test that here. Looks nice. Test it on the reference photo. Looks great. Okay. This should be a friendly reminder that just because you've started applying a pigment doesn't mean you can't change it, paint over it, alter other areas with something a little bit different. And what's really interesting about this is if you stay predominantly to the right-hand side with these warmer applications, you're going to make it look like, despite the fact that this is in a shadowy area, it's still going to have some warm light reflecting on it, perhaps off other subjects. And then there are going to be cooler sides that lean more towards blue. So you're going to further differentiate the sides and the effects of light has on them. There we go. Again, we're going to have a lot of trees there. This is one application where if you do start to run out of paint and it looks a little chalky, that isn't necessarily a bad thing. Just want to do a bit of a blend with my finger there. Doesn't really matter how old you get, finger painting will always be useful. There we are. Again, this is another practice, much like the initial layer, that could be done for actually hours. And the more you do, the better it'll look. The smaller the separations, the more details you can incorporate, the more diverse the crevices and the changes in rock. You can just keep elaborating, keep building it up, keep making it something really, really interesting. head down here, add some extra color and warmth to this. Good. And again, I'm leaving this area right here because I do believe I want trees on the majority of it, though I think the top area will be rock and just catching light. So I'll give that some highlight right there. And now I want to go in with a bit of a darker mixture, which, you know what, we'll make down here, that way we don't disrupt our current colors should we want to go back to them. So black, white, yellow, red, blue, same mix that we used for the really dark brown on the base layer. I'm going to take off the excess paint, grab a little bit more. Taking my pinky finger, by the way, grounding it on the canvas to eliminate shake from my hand. And then I'll use this new mix to just separate this level from this level. Make this one look a little farther away. I think we could make it slightly darker. There we go. Reincorporating some shadows just to further develop movement in the rock. I'm also taking some more horizontal strokes here and breaking apart some of these larger stretches. Make the rock a bit more interesting, evolving in ways we didn't have it before. So I personally like to start with a lot of vertical strokes that also have slight diagonal inclinations. But once those are incorporated, then I do go back in and I add a bit more of the horizontal / diagonal markings. There we go. You can see the longer I spend doing this, the more interesting it gets. And the longer you do it, the more you'll find your own methodologies, what you kind of innately enjoy about the process. And you'll make it your own in that as well. There we are. Just adding it back into the others, making it a bit more cohesive. I know we've been doing this for a while now, but I wanted to purposefully do it for a while just so you could see all of the different little steps we could take and how it changes as we do take those steps. So before we start on the snow, let's get a bit of a wide shot so I can show you what the comparison now looks like. So, as you can see, I think that already looks a lot better. I think it still looks a little unfinished, as it should, because we do not have the snow and we do not have all of the kind of sand and dirt leading up into it. But I think that it looks significantly better, and that, again, take your time, add the extra hues, add the extra slight bit of color. It will make a difference, and it'll make the painting really, really nice. So now, yet again, we get to enter into what is probably my favorite part of this process, and that is rendering the snow. Now, we did all of the warm snow, so we need to make more cool snow. It's down in the shadowy areas. So we'll grab some titanium white, we'll grab a hint of our cerulean blue, we'll grab a hint of our Mars black, taking off a lot of that Mars black elsewhere, and we'll just work that into this mix right here. Now, let's look for some dominant areas of snow. I can see that there's a ledge right here that the snow kind of follows down, and that's quite neat. There's a secondary ledge right under it. That looks nice, and then there's a third little tap of snow right there. Now, this is quite watery and it's a little transparent, so I'll probably want to go back over that, but so far so good. Now, we'll grab a bit more. And there's a little U-shaped area in here that has some snow. That's pretty interesting. There's some that's kind of falling and stuck in here, so that's interesting. We have quite a bit, creating an interesting shape right through here with some little extra pieces. Again, quite close to the white, and that'll look a lot better once we have that bottom area completed. The next area is quite large, and I do know I will need more paint, so we'll just start putting that together. And normally, again, I take off all of the excess from my brush, but I'm going to be working in a larger area, so I'm not too concerned about it at the moment. Just fill in this mid section. We get this area while we're at it. I am embellishing the piece right now. You can see that it kind of works its way up into this mountain while also pools itself into this one. You can have little pieces that kind of work their way down from the mountain and into these larger pockets of snow. And then it can pocket again up here, so we have more of a horizontal stroke with a little bit of a wisp at the end. So here we are a little bit closer, and I'm going over some of the previously applied bits of snow that looked a little bit thin to me. And I'm also going to start adding some extra snow that I just think will be really interesting on the piece. So I'm going to start with minimal amounts, as I always suggest to do, and then I'll build it up as I feel I have reason to, or just space. So this mountain, it's rather close to us, so we're going to see more detail on it, but we don't want to make it too detailed because it is on the far left-hand side of the canvas, and if we make it too detailed, then the eye will be drawn over to this side, and we'll have a hard time keeping it more in the middle or in the reflection where we want it. So we need to find that good balance between the two. Though if we do accidentally do too much, we can always paint over portions of it or go back to areas in the middle and add more detail there. So we have a couple of options, and I just note that so you're not necessarily worried about going in and adding extra detail in this, because there are ways of remedying situations we don't love in painting. So don't worry about it too much. Just do your best. Here I am adding some extra snow over here. I think that the middle could use a little bit of additional detail, and I'm a really big fan of painting snow like this. Again, it might be my absolute favorite part of these mountains. Just feel like it really makes things come together. Now this area is admittedly, again, a little barren, but meant to be at this point without those trees. And we'll add those when we do start working with some actual grains. There we go. Okay, I think that looks really good. So we may want to go back and do more to the mountains, but at this point I'm actually really happy with them, and so we're going to start moving downwards. Now this area here, 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 and here, those are all essentially going to be areas of sand and dirt that look quite soft actually, probably from all of the runoff from the snow, and so we're going to mix a grayish brown for that area. We want it to be relatively cool, and if it's quite close to this, we'll actually have what we want. So I'll start with some red and some blue. We'll make ourselves a nice, relatively muted purple. Cadmium red, light hue, and cerulean blue generally do make more of a desaturated, darker purple, and it's great for shadows in scenarios like this. So I'll just try to mix what we have right there on the side, because I know that's the pigment that we did use to craft those previous midtones / highlights. You can see that it's a little too saturated right now, so we'll desaturate it with some white and some black. And there it should be. Now let's test it. As you can see, it's a little bit bright, it's a little bit saturated. So again, we'll add a hint of Mars Black, which will both darken it and desaturate it. And that's what we want. So, now, again, I will take from the highlights that we have in this, and I will start moving it down into here. Using the 1/4 inch round pointed brush for this portion. I'm coming down to the point where we'll have some trees. We'll also have some additional snow right down here, just a little strip of it. So I'll avoid that area. There we go. It's also interesting how, because we're in the shadows, the sand looks more purple. I like that. It's just a subtle color that's going to really add to the piece. Of course, this is the first layer, and we should do multiple of it to build it up and make sure that it looks as good as it can. Here, because we are going to be needing quite a bit more, I am mixing some additional paint now. While I still have some on my brush to mix into it, just make the process a little bit easier. Made it a little bit too dark that time. I'm always leaving a slight amount on the edge for me to use as a reference. There we go. We do have a slight line of grass that will be there. I'll go back and add that when we start working with our greens. And now I'll just fill in this area. Remember, we have trees here, but we'll be painting them on top, so it's okay if that spot gets a little messy. I'm also trying to make sure that this isn't a clean, straight line. I want to make sure that it has little movements up and down. It does look like snow is falling and kind of building up in the crevices between the rock and the sand. And I also, as you can see, made little points where the snow doesn't exist at all, further diversifying. And of course, we can also bring the snow farther down. With that said, I'm going to let that all dry for the next 5 minutes. Then I'm going to head back in. I might make it slightly more gray for the second layer, but I'll add that second layer, and then together we'll continue progressing into the middle ground. So now that we have 2 layers of that established and dry, we're going to take the smaller round pointed brush like we have 100 times before, and we are going to render some additional snow. So I'm taking some of that titanium white, a little bit of my cerulean blue, a little bit of my Mars black, bringing those all together right here, taking off the excess. And now we'll create this little pathway of snow. So I'm starting right along the edge of this rock formation that protrudes. Just like that. Then we'll move down, start expanding it. Need some additional paint to make it extra thick. So I'm going to mix up a bit more than I normally do here. It's not a mix I feel like I really need a lot of help to remember and retain. So here we go again. And this will get lost right down here behind a lot of greenery and forest, which we are about to start incorporating. So that worked out quite well. I have noticed there is a little bit of snow over here though, and I do want to expand it on this side as well. Not too much, but just enough. Really like this, and I think the piece could benefit from having just a little bit more. There we go. It's a nice addition right there. So once we have the majority of our snow incorporated in this, we're going to clean off our brush relatively well, and we're going to mix a dark green for the first time in the lesson. So I'll take some of my cadmium yellow deep hue, I'll take some of my cerulean blue, mix those together, we do get a nice green, but we need it to be a lot darker for our base layer, and I'll achieve that by adding some Mars black to it, and a little bit of titanium white. Of course, the two really gray it down, so if you feel like you need it to be more green, you can add more yellow to make it a bit more of a warm green. You can add more blue to make it more of a cool green. We're looking for more of a cool green, but also something in between. So now we'll start taking this new pigment, and I'm going to line it along the edge of our water here. I'll have it start coming up on the land. You can see that the snow kind of goes and gets lost in it. I think that's a neat feature. And then it will get lost behind all of these trees, which we'll incorporate in a little bit. Of course, right now it doesn't have any detail. It's essentially a flat hue and value, but we will add that fairly soon. Also going to grab some extra green, work that on this side, connecting these two areas right here. And right now it's not very thick. I'm kind of just plotting in where I want it. Before I apply any thick pigment, I'm just ensuring this is the right spot for it. And I do like that quite a bit. I think it has nice movement. I feel like it's good and cohesive. I'm also going to now take more of that green, speaking of cohesive, and work it right down one of these. I think right here. Yeah. So I'll have some of that just creating that movement. I think we'll have a little bit of it working up this way. We'll have some extra dimension there. I'm trying to keep the edges relatively soft in these back areas that are climbing. There we go. And that'll look significantly more interesting when we start building it up, much like how the rock worked. With that, we do need to let that dry, so I'll do that, and then I'll apply a more thick layer, and then we'll head back into some detail work together. Now, as I started going back into this with an additional layer of green, I thought I would show you that I'm also going to take this, and this is something that's probably going to get covered up relatively quickly, but there are going to be some trees right here. There's going to be a patch of trees right here, and it's going to kind of wrap around this larger, protruding, fairly high rock. So this is probably, again, going to get very messy when we actually paint that rock, but I thought I would apply it now and just show you that it's there, and it's something to think about because it will be important a little bit later on. I'm also going to take that same dark green, and right on the top of this, I'm going to apply another nice little area for some trees as well. We can also have some trees on the top of this one right here. So now we're really mixing it into the painting in quite a number of interesting ways. Of course, we do need to let this dry. Then we come back in with the highlights. Our base layers are now dry to the touch, so we're going to take that same small round pointed brush, make sure it is nice and damp. Then we'll grab some of our cadmium yellow deep hue, move that over here to the side. I'm going to grab a good bit of it. Then I'll do the same with my cerulean blue. Mix those up into a nice, fresh, brighter green. And again, we're doing this right beside the initial green, that way we can kind of compare and contrast, see what they'll look like on the canvas before we actually apply them to the canvas. Then I'll grab a good amount of white, a very small amount of Mars Black, and we'll mix this into something that's a bit more muted, but also still a little bright. And I do want it to lean more towards blue than it does yellow. So now I do have a lot of pigment on my brush, which really will not serve us well here. So I'm taking that off, making sure it's nice and damp, wiping off the extra water, grabbing very minimal amounts of what we have here. Then I'm going to get really close, going to brace my hand with my pinky finger on the canvas, and I'm going to start painting in the smallest trees you can do. Now, the smaller the brush head you have, the better this will look. The more time you take, the better this will look. The less pressure you apply, the better this will look. Essentially here, we're just creating vertical lines, but if we can, we want the top to be smaller. We want the bottom to be a little bit wider, which means it does mean applying a little bit of additional pressure as you move down. But once you start to run out of paint, don't bother continuing. Make sure that your brush is wet yet again. Go back and grab more paint. It takes more time, there's no doubt about it, but you're going to get significantly better results. There, you can see just how much nicer those strokes are in comparison to those, because I did just reload that brush. Now these are all the trees in the foreground, and I'm going to make those bases a little bit more thick again, just like that. So here you see the entirety of the tree, or at least the entirety of the impression of the tree. But when you move a little bit farther back, things change, because you can only see the tops of the trees, because these are covering them. So now, we're going to do smaller markings. We want them to be relatively randomized. We're doing a little bit of a blend down into our previous ones. Does that mean occasionally we will obstruct our previous applications? Yes, it does, but it's worth it. And it's all the same value, so it shouldn't look messy. In really dense areas, you're going to apply a lot of these, and you're going to build up areas that don't have little openings and darker areas in between. It means you're going to lose detail, but it makes sense. And it's important to recognize that sometimes you need to sacrifice detail for things to make sense. So this area right here, quite dense, and we're just filling that up. Now you can just grab paint, as I just did, to apply some layers, rather than grabbing water first. What this is going to do, what changes this is going to make, is that your layers are going to be more thick. You're not going to have to go over it as many times, but you're not going to be able to get as much out of your pigment. So it's one of those trades you may decide to make. I think whether you do that or not is wholly a preference thing. It's subjective, it's how you like to work. I like to go back and forth. I think both techniques can be quite useful. I think it's good to have both in your toolbox. And so there we have just hundreds of little trees, little taps, and as I did that, that actually dried. So I did get a question on a recent episode about how I keep my paints wet for the full 2 hours. And I just thought I would clarify that my paints are almost never wet for longer than 20, 30 minutes. And I frequently have to remix them, reapply them to the palette, take some of that extra paint off, and head back over here. This time I'm going to start with some of the farther ones. Again, because we're working with the same value and hue for all of our trees, at least initially here, we can start in the back or front, layer on top of our previous applications, and it should look good regardless. So I am leaving spaces, but I'm doing it sporadically. Sometimes they're larger, sometimes they're smaller. Because I have quite a bit of water on my brush, I'm able to get a lot of little strokes out of this, as you can already see. However, they are a bit more transparent, so they look darker than those, which I'm actually okay with. There is a darker area in this patch of trees. And right now we're just building texture through these applications. It's also worth noting that as we get towards here, we're getting a lot closer to us than these. And so as a result, they're going to be significantly larger. So now we can start, say that was the size of a previous tree. Now we can make some really big ones here in the foreground. And then of course they get smaller as you work into the background. Just make sure that your strokes are always getting larger as they move down and not the other way around. An easy way of ensuring that is kind of starting from the bottom, applying a bit more pressure and then apply less as you move up. So we're not at the point where we can really see a lot of detail in these trees, but we can start to see their general size and their general placement as individuals, which is pretty neat. Also going to take a bit more of that. Remember, we have some up here, but they're incredibly far away, incredibly small, farther away from that. So we're going to layer a lot of them on top of each other. We're going to make the smallest little vertical strokes that we have yet. Occasionally, by the way, we are throwing in a slight little diagonal stroke for a tree that might be falling, or perhaps something happened to it as it was growing and then it started kind of moving in a different direction. So here you can see it's a tap, but it's a tap with a little bit of a drag. It's very subtle comparatively to the rest of them. These ones right here will be quite similar to these. There we go. At this point, it's nice and easy. And you can go back over certain areas, of course, if you want to brighten them. As the more layers of green you add, the brighter they'll be, because instead of adding pigment on top of almost black, you're adding pigment on top of a medium valued green. I think I actually want to wrap a little bit of green around this. So I do need to go back to mixing my darker green. I do still have that area, that color on my palette, so it shouldn't be too hard to refine that pigment. It's a little saturated, it's a little bright, just add more Mars Black. This will of course now really stand out from our previous markings because it won't have the highlights, but that's okay, we can just go back and add them in a minute. So now it wraps around this right here, which I think is quite neat. Now I'm going to let that dry, then I'll go back in and just add some extra highlights. Now, while I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm going to take the 1/4 inch round pointed brush and I'm going to put in the base layer for this right here, and I'm going to put in this sand color right here, which is quite similar to that, but just a little bit brighter, and it has a bit more of a green in it. So let's start with that. We know that it's essentially a really dark brown, so we'll start with quite a bit of Mars Black, some red, yellow, blue. Definitely need more red after that. We're already quite close. A little bit of titanium white. We'll test it back in here. I actually prefer that to what we were working with, so as you can see, I'm just working that back into some of these darker areas, building up some extra depth, adding in a another value with a nice hue to it. And now I'll head back over here and I'll just build this out. Now, because I already went ahead and used a lot of pigment, and because I didn't take the pigment off my brush initially, I am just using what's left over to put a little bit of a starting layer in the middle there. But I did avoid the edges. Now that I have some fresh paint, I will do those edges. There we go. We'll probably have to do 2 layers. It's going on relatively thick, but not quite thick enough to be the only base layer. And I guess we're filling in this area too. I'm just going to mark that. Something I do once in a while, if I don't want to kind of lose what I'm doing, idea-wise, or if I have a semi-complicated visual spot, you know, you take some time to figure it out rather than going remixing your colors and, you know, cleaning your brush and doing all these other things that might make you forget. Just mark it with some really loose brush strokes. I don't like to do that to extremely large areas or multiple areas at a time, because I feel like at a certain point it becomes a little too complicated and it just kind of makes the painting feel a little rough. And when the painting feels rough, generally we don't feel great about it, and then we just don't do the best work. So take it step by step, but it's a good little technique to utilize in moderation. Here you can see that I'm trying to get away with going over the majority of it again, doing my second layer now while it's still wet, but as you can see, it is kind of peeling up a little bit of the paint. So that's not going to work, and that's okay. We did give it a try. I am going to now mix that, which I believe was right here. So I'll take some titanium white, Mars black, a little bit of blue, a little bit of red, and this time again it has slightly more green, so we will add just a hint of yellow to it. Okay, I'm going to try that over here, just see how it looks. It's close enough, but it does lean towards green, which is great. This is just going to be some sand that moves down into here. And we'll have another subject, rather more of this gravelly sand right here as well, but I want the base layer to be applied first there. So, need some additional paint. Take some white, blue, yellow, red, Mars black. That's better. Waiting for a couple of things to dry at this point. Okay, so the next step that we could do is going over and working on the base layer of this, but at that point we'd have that in the works, that in the works, that in the works, and whatever trees we also end up putting in here in the works. So rather than kind of splitting the painting off into so many different pieces, I'm going to check and see if that's dry. It's not quite dry. I'm going to check and see if that's dry. That is dry. So we'll switch down to the smaller brush, we'll get a lot closer, and we'll just finish up those couple of trees right there while we wait for our other subjects. So I'm going to take my smaller round pointed brush, I'm going to take some yellow, some blue, a little bit of titanium white, a little bit of Mars black, and I think we'll brighten that up a little bit more. So a bit more white and then a bit more blue for saturation and to cool it down. There we go. That's what I want. So take the extra pigment off my brush. Grab it. Get really close here. Just make those Nice little vertical strokes on the edge first. Again, trying to make sure that it's not consistently the exact same stroke. And then, because it's a little bit brighter, I am going to work it into the foreground here. Have some of these trees that will be getting more light have more light. And you can occasionally pop it in elsewhere. This will build a little bit of extra depth back in those trees. So I'm kind of spacing it out a little bit. And now I think we will make it slightly darker. See if any of that's still wet. It's not. So we'll grab some extra Mars Black. There we go. Perfect transition. Yeah, great. So our secondary base layers are now fully dry to the touch, and we can go ahead and start adding some detail with that smaller round pointed brush. So what do we do when we want to start rendering that? We start with some titanium white, a little bit of our Mars Black, make something fairly desaturated, then we'll add a hint of blue. And this first mixture, of course, will be the more cool mixture. And the next one we mix will have more of the reds and purples. So we'll just build on it slowly, as we have in the past. And this one's fairly neat in that we are getting closer to us, so we can see a little bit more detail. And so I'm going to create some real structure here. We have these divots where light simply isn't entering. I'm already starting to run out of paint here, so you can see that I'm doing these much softer applications and just kind of preparing them for the future as well. Getting a bit of a granular effect. You can see the tooth of the canvas, which is actually really nice here because that does give us some extra detail, and it's always a great look for rough rock. So here you can see nothing's necessarily all that sharp because I don't have much pigment, and as I get closer to us, I am applying more pressure with the brush, which is making a larger application, just like that. And I'm combining them to a point. There we go. So far, so good. I'll also take a bit more of it, and now, right down here in this bottom fifth, I'm going to start moving the rock outwards, and I'm just going to finish off this top area. This way it looks like it's all leading down into this pebble shore. There we are. We'll also be re-interjecting some trees back into here, and I'll also move this down into this area. There we go. Really like how this is turning out so far. Now I think we'll go back in and add just a little bit of warmth to it. So now we do have the additional red. We'll grab some extra blue, maybe a little bit more red. Balance it out, try to go for an even mixture. Some titanium white, a little bit of Mars Black. Give this a test over in another area. Just make sure it's what we want. And I do like that quite a bit. So I'm going to take off the excess, grab some with the tip of my brush, and we'll proceed in here. So I'm just tapping this along some of the edges. I'm not kind of tracing the edge for all of them, finding different areas to interject it. I'm not trying to replace all of it, I'm trying to work it in conjunction. And we can have some of that down here as well. So we're just slowly building it all up. Now, we'll start working in some trees. And to do that, I do want more of my darker green. So black, yellow, blue, hint of white. I'm going to take a lot of that pigment off my brush. Grab it quickly. We'll work that in. Just like that. We'll add some extra trees down here at the bottom. Of course, we do need those highlights, but this is a good start. And these trees can be a bit larger because we are still progressively getting closer to us, and perspective is going to make them look larger the closer they get. If you're on the Patreon Facebook group, where we all share artwork and give each other tips and ideas, you've probably seen a number of pieces very similar to this done extremely well by Kyle Goody, a member of the community who does these incredible mountain scenes with beautiful reflections, and we're kind of channeling that idea and his creative talent in this one today. Love seeing what you guys come up with. Always inspiring. There we go. Now I am going to let that dry, and I'm going to make this area down here while we wait a little bit brighter. So add some titanium white to the highlights that we used in that. And I don't want it to be like a snow, and that might look a little too close to a snow. So I'll darken it just a hint. We'll try this. It's definitely better. You want it to be brighter than that by a little bit. Work it in between your trees, and then it can get progressively darker as it moves into the back. So I'm just going to take the extra paint off my brush, and with a bit of a damp brush, just work that back like that. Really nice. Like that a lot. Now that our trees have had a chance to dry, we are going to mix a bit more of the lighter green that we had up there. And again, this is why we kind of leave these areas of the canvas relatively safe. We don't just continuously mix new pigments over the old ones, and we kind of have these different areas for different colors. That way, when we need to go back, like we do right now, we essentially have what we need, and it's a fairly easy process of finding those old colors. So I'm going to apply these applications predominantly to the right-hand sides of these trees, and these ones are getting fairly large, so you can actually see a lot of the body in them. And as you can see, I'm doing the actual application through a series of little taps, leaving the occasional open dark area just to make it a bit more realistic, because not all of the branches are going to protrude at the same distance. I'm also trying to make some of them go out a little bit farther than others. And you know, you can have the occasional branch that does kind of leaf out from the side and catch more light, so we'll incorporate those as well. And then, you know what, I think I might make these a little bit larger. There we go. I like that a lot. So, let's take a step back and see what we've done thus far. So, as we step back here, there are a couple of things I'd really like to note, and the first is that this is coming along so much better than what I expected. I didn't think we'd be able to get this amount of detail in such a small canvas, and I'm just really excited about the reflection. I think we're going to end up with something quite special here. But on the note of technical aspects, we were working on the trees here, 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 and there for really quite a while, and we were really close when we were doing it. Now, in that process, we did decide to paint all of it with very subdued values, with very low amounts of contrast. So nothing really pops heavily there when we're up close, nothing really pops heavily, when we're farther back. And it's really noticeable when we're farther back just how subtle this is. And I wanted to note just how important that is. Because I know when we're working on individual areas, especially up close, it's easy to say, oh, let's add some extra contrast. Let's add some extra detail. Let's build it up. Let's add to it. And I understand the need to want to make everything as good as you possibly can, but in so many scenarios in painting, especially in backgrounds, it's best to make things a bit more vague, a bit more simple. And while there's a lot of detail, there isn't a lot of contrast. There isn't a lot of hypersaturated hues. And had we, kind of given into that need to make it very poppy, when we stepped back, this would all kind of conflict with the saturation and the contrast of that, with the contrast of the snow. And eventually, if you keep doing that and you keep making everything high contrast, hypersaturated, the eye doesn't really know where to go on the canvas. It kind of bounces around, it feels lost, and the painting doesn't have the impact you want it to have. You need to pick specific areas, specific pieces to really stand out, and that's what we have done here. That's what we will get in the reflections. We'll get some much more saturated greens right around there, but I just really wanted to note that we spent a really long time on these and they don't really pop or show up when we stand back. And I think initially painters can get a little discouraged by that. They say, oh, I spent like an hour, 2 hours on this area and it's not even really all that noticeable. But the fact that it isn't all that noticeable means that it's an extra subject in your painting to add a secondary point of interest once the main subject has been fully explored. And it's something that balances the painting, which is incredibly important. So recognize that keeping this subtle, keeping it with that lower saturation, that lower contrast, it is going to make the painting much better in the end. And when you are really close to the canvas working on that detail and you get those inclinations to add so much more saturation, so much more contrast, trust the reference photo, trust the fact that you have a guideline and it'll work out. If you continue it, don't feel the need to go above and beyond in those scenarios, because quite often doing so will just make the painting a little more complicated than it should be, and it'll make a little bit visually distracting. So I hope you enjoy that little lesson in there as well. We are now going to start moving on to this area, which will be significantly higher contrast, and we're going to have much more saturation, which is great because this side doesn't have it to that extent, and now it'll feel like there are visual spots to latch onto, and then, once we're done exploring those, then, you can kind of sink back into the rest of the painting and enjoy it, and it'll keep the viewer engaged for a significantly longer period of time, rather than simply making them visually confused, at least subconsciously, initially. So, with that said, let's work on this and just paint in a darker base layer. So, now for the first time in a while, we're going to head back to the larger 1-inch flat-headed brush. We'll grab some of our Mars Black, Cerulean Blue, Cadmium Yellow Deep, Hue. Mix those together. We should have a fairly dark green, about a hint of titanium white, and that should do it. Now we'll take this, and I'm actually going to just begin here in the body, rather than taking any of the paint off initially, just because we have so much surface area that can really utilize it. Now I will clean my brush a little bit, grab some more, and because I now have the limited amount, I'm going to create just a litany of these vertical markings, which will, on the top here, imply miniature trees. Rather regular sized trees, but trees in the distance which will look miniature from our distance. You want these to be as small as possible, and then once you start to run out of paint, just fill in the areas in between. Like that. So yet again, more water on the brush, taking off the excess, heading in, and we're essentially just trying to make sure that that line between the white and the pre-existing pigment is fully covered, because we can go back in and fill this in really easily, but what does matter is that top application. That's the most pivotal piece. Let's get a little closer. So I'm actually going to grab a good amount here, and I'll use it to just fill in more of the body while this is still wet. That way I can get a slight blend with it. I'm not too worried about it because, of course, we are going to be going over just about all of this with midtones and highlights and details, but for now, this is good to get on there. I'm also going to craft the edge if I have enough paint on my brush to create a relatively sharp line. There we go. We don't want to make that too messy because it is a very dark pigment, and when painting our reflections, it would be difficult to cover properly. That's why we just wanted to approach that area with some real care. And as you can see, I'm not using much water in the mix, so this initial layer is actually quite thick, which is really nice. I don't think I'll have to do a secondary base layer here. Now here, the whole brush doesn't fit in this area, so to do these little trees, I'm just using the corner of the brush, moving upwards, and if you find that your applications are a little bit bigger than what you'd like, then you can simply move to the round pointed brush and get a really good effect with that. There we go. Being relatively sporadic with it for the same reasons I was with just about everything else, just ensuring we have as much diversity as we can get. With that said though, just to show you the other technique, I think we will get even closer, and I will use the smaller round-headed brush to proceed. So now we're heading back to the smaller round pointed brush. This one again is about an eighth of an inch. This is the really small one. And so you can get some beautiful details with it. It's going to take a lot longer, but I think it can really be worth it. With that said, something really interesting about this shot is that this area right here looks almost reflective, because it is. Because there's quite a bit of light reflecting off of it, and it's making it look brighter than it actually is. Now, this is something that can be quite deceiving initially when we start painting, and we say, oh, you know what, that's brighter than I wanted, I better make it darker. And then we overcompensate to a great degree, and in the end we end up with a painting that's significantly darker than what we actually wanted, or worse, just a specific area. So when you're painting and you just apply a really dark application, recognize that there is a real chance, depending upon how the room is lit, that it's going to be reflective, and therefore it's going to look brighter than it actually is for maybe 10 minutes, and then you'll see what it actually looks like. So in those situations where you worry, oh no, is that, not dark enough? Give it 10 minutes, let it dry, see what it actually looks like, because quite often, again, it can be fairly deceiving, and it can kind of create more issues than need to be. So another one of those instances where it's good to just kind of trust yourself and the process. Here you can see I'm going back over a lot of these areas a couple of times, because while this was applied with fairly thick paint, when you use these and you are using a bit of water, that way you get those nice sharp edges, you do get a much more thin application. So I kind of try to apply additional paint, but as you can see, due to the water, it doesn't let a significant amount be layered on right now. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to let all of this dry to the touch at least. Doesn't have to be as dry as possible, but I'll probably give it 5 minutes, and then I'll come back in, apply a second layer, and then we can proceed to add some highlights to it. So now that we have our base layers applied and fully dry, I'm going back to the smallest round pointed brush. We will grab quite a bit of our yellow, and I am going to start working a little bit closer to these colors here, just because the majority of them are on this side of the palette, and I'll just start making this a green spot and try to leave that and that as blue. So, going to start by mixing up a medium green. Don't want it too saturated, don't want it too dark, too light, really looking for something in the middle, but I am going to make it more blue dominant to begin with because we're going to start with the trees in the background and we want to ensure that they have a really nice, cool atmosphere to them. They have more reflective light than that of the ones in the foreground, so we'll try taking this off our brush, first of all, grabbing a hint of it, and then I'm just going to apply it in our background here and just make sure that it fits. And it actually looks quite good. I think that it could use just a hint more blue though. So I will work that in, take the extra off my brush, grab a hint of it, and now that we have our prep work done, we can go into the background and start making just so many little vertical strokes with the occasional diagonal stroke. And I do mean occasional. We don't want it frequently, but it is a nice little change of pace. And in the background here, because there are a lot of trees clumped together, I am going back to certain areas and I'm adding significantly more trees. I'm also going to leave small little openings occasionally. So here you can see we're just progressing down. Because our pigment is fairly watery, we're getting semi-transparent applications, so you can kind of go over an area twice to make the tree more prominent looking, which is great for variety as well. But we are going to be working in this farther away section for quite a while, so it's important that we do start instigating differences now. It's not like something that it's quite small and we say, okay, you know what, it's not a big deal, we're not really going back to it, there isn't much of it. This is something where it is important to be mindful of all of that. So here we go again. I'm applying more, and you can see that when I apply it over the previous strokes, it really does get significantly more poppy, and that's quite interesting. Now, with that said, we are getting pretty far into the lesson. It's definitely going to be a longer one. It's definitely a more heavily detail-oriented one. I don't think we've done mountains quite like that really ever, just because it's such a big endeavor. There's a lot of detail. It takes quite a large amount of time. And on that note, I really would like to say a massive thank you to everyone who is watching the video right now, who's taking the time, who's, making this little event of the day. And I'd also like to say a really big thank you to all of the patrons up over on Patreon for supporting the channel, for making this happen. This channel is primarily fan-funded, and the lessons that are created here are created because of the incredible people who do support it directly up there. So thank you for making this lesson. Thank you for making all of the recent seascapes, cityscapes happen. I've only been able to work on these much more complicated pieces and try them, 2 to 3 times in a week, do multiple variations of them because of you, because of the support. If it wasn't for you, I'd have to work another job, and if I did that, these would be incredibly infrequent and not as good. So thank you for providing me with the opportunity to make these as good as I possibly can. Put a lot of thought into them, and again, sometimes paint 2 or 3 a week just so I can get the best one. And thank you for providing these as well for everybody else who's watching these at home who can't afford traditional art training or to go to school for it. You are not only providing me with the opportunity to teach painting, but you're providing them with an opportunity they wouldn't have had otherwise as well. So thank you for being so incredibly supportive, for taking care of our artistic community, and for ensuring that these can continue to just get better and better. I know I say it in every episode, but I always want to say it many times in every episode. Try to restrain myself so it doesn't get too repetitive, but I do believe it, and I feel compelled to say it. So, yet again, truly thank you. Look at that, that's really coming along quite well. I suppose for anybody who may be new to the channel, perhaps you just found it through the campfire lesson or the lightning lesson. I know that those are two of the more popular recent ones. We are primarily fan-funded here, and by we, I mean me and the community. It's not a big company. I don't have employees or anything like that. But if you are interested in supporting the channel, you can do so up over on Patreon. And up there you can get things like the traceable for assistance with the drawing process. You can get things like the reference photo for matching your colors. We have an exclusive private Facebook group where we all kind of share our artwork and help each other out. You can get access to that there. I have all 5 of my ebooks up there as well, which include a bunch of different books filled with traceables for those uninspired days, as well as acrylics for beginners, which is essentially the essentials and everything you need to know before you jump into your first acrylic painting. In it we talk about glazing, what brushes to use, how to use water, how to mix your different colors to achieve varying things, different color palettes, composition, all of that good stuff. So if you're interested, you can check that up. Or rather, you can check that out up there. I also do personalized art critiques at some of the higher tiers, and it's just a lot to check out up there if you're interested in any of that. We also have bonus lessons, a lot of bonus lessons that are exclusively released up there. So, again, link is in the description, but if you currently do not have the time or the means, don't worry about it. It's okay. I'm just really happy you're here, sharing this experience with us. I think it's pretty cool what we're doing. And I love that there's still such a big group of people, such a community that is interested in traditional arts like this. I know that we are moving into the digital age, and I too also like drawing digitally now, but there's something special about painting, about how tangible it is, about the history behind it, and I love that we're doing this here together. So thank you for also, in part, keeping this great medium alive. With that said, we are now starting to move a little bit closer in the painting. And so I'm going to start making my strokes slightly larger in just a minute. I know we've been doing this stroke for a very long time, but it is going to get diverse soon. And I'm also going back and I'm just throwing a couple of these applications up into the trees above, just in case the color's a little bit different. That way it looks like it's still cohesive. This is going to continue, however, all the way down to the bottom here, just a single small little vertical stroke that we are again trying to paste differently, occasionally going over the same one a couple of times to build it up, occasionally connecting them through additional strokes like we just did right there. You can see that I'm kind of dancing back and forth to really instigate as much of a variance as we can. There we go. So far, so good. Almost at that point where we start changing our stroke. So, with that said, let's start right over here and work our way this way, just because it's the smallest area and it'll be the easiest to manage, and then we can slowly expand as we work over there. So, I'll get you a little closer to that area, and we'll proceed. So now, yet again, we're going to grab quite a bit of our yellow, our blue, our white, and a hint of our black. And I'm going to want to make this mixture just slightly brighter than the previous ones. I want it to pop a little bit more, and I also want to be slightly less blue. Not much, but just a little bit more. So I'm adding an additional yellow to it. I will take the extra paint off my brush, make sure it's nice and damp, grab some of that, and now, right here in the foreground, we're going to paint individual trees. And you want these to be interesting, you want them to have little pieces. So rather than doing a vertical stroke, I'm doing a bunch of strokes that are like this, but incredibly small. See that? Let's do one over here just because we are getting closer and it'll be even bigger. And we can light both sides of it, just like that. Now this is something you're probably going to want to go back and do a couple of times to really build it up. These are still relatively far away, so we're not seeing all of the details in them. But we're seeing significantly more so than we did before, and that's why I'm also going in with this tapping effect so that you can get a little bit of texture in there. There we go. You can see how these are all kind of colliding, moving back and forth in front of each other, but then you also have these more isolated trees. And it's the combination of them that's going to be really quite interesting. Grab a little bit more of that. We'll move over here for a second. So here, yet again, kind of working my outlines, and then I'll go back in and I'll do some additional taps in there. Oh, that looks so pretty. I'm able to get this amount of detail right now because it's quite watery, which means when it dries, it will be significantly darker, more semi-transparent. However, we can always go back, and I think that getting this amount of detail in the form is really what we want to do at this point. So I think it's worth it. We can also go back over some of these with a little bit more of that detail as well. Oh, that looks really nice. And down here at the bottom, we also have some foliage, so I'm making that a bit more full looking. Still trying to make the trees always different. Here you can see this one kind of leans down that way, then it divots in, then it goes out, then it kind of comes down, divots that way there. This one's a bit more triangular. This next one will be a lot shorter. But they're all done essentially with that same tapping effect. And as we get closer to us, they can get taller and taller. So you see how progressively they're moving up on that slant? It's important. We of course also are not going to leave that empty like it currently is. This just seemed like the best next step because now we can kind of gauge how much room we have and how much room we have to transition this into this, stylistically, application-wise. I'm going to go with a much taller one here. And as you can see, I generally don't go for the top application to begin with. I like to begin more so close to the body. And then I get higher as I feel it makes sense. So there I started more in the middle and then I ended up moving up. As is the process. Grab a bit more. I know that this area is a bit repetitive, but I would implore you to take your time. Don't just rush through it. Do make sure things are changing. The more you do that, the more interesting it'll be. And after putting so much time and attention back into those mountains, probably really want to spend it down here too. Make sure that the painting finishes as strong as it starts. Now, I think the trees are going to start getting rather large. Here we go. You can see that there are openings now in between pieces of foliage and branches. So I'm slowly incorporating different details that we generally associate with trees, but I was trying to keep the other ones in the background more simple. Now we are starting to run out of paint, and our applications are getting more watery. So here I am going back over this one already again, just making sure that it is what it needs to be. I think I'm going to also start mixing some additional paint, and I'm going to make this a bit more saturated than I did before. So I'm going to use a less white and a less black in the final mix. I'm using quite a bit right now just to build it up, but here by adding back in our yellow and blue, we can get something that's a bit more vibrant. So I'll take the extra off, head back in here. And now, add some extra pop to these trees in the foreground. So, we are doing multiple layers with them. We are applying different amounts of highlight. This is also why we were leaving openings, because we are going back, we are adding more applications, and if we made them really thick initially, then we wouldn't have much room to add. I'm still leaving little openings and whatnot. There we go. Great. We'll also take this, do a little bit of grass down here at the bottom, and work it back into this forested area a little bit. So I'm just working horizontally with it and then allowing it to dissipate and go behind trees. There we are. Now let's do a bit of this painting from a bit farther back. That way we ensure that it again all works really well cohesively. It'll be more difficult for you to see specifically what I'm doing, but you've seen specifically what I'm doing for a while now, and I think you're probably ready to start tackling it from a bit more of your perspective, but again, from a bit farther. I'm also going to start holding my brush like this instead of like this to keep it loose at this point, just because we've been doing so many trees. So now we're a little bit farther away, and I'm going to continue using that same small brush, and I'm going to build up some of those additional branches and highlights on this larger tree right here, just to continue setting a standard of the fact that we are going to start making things a bit more vibrant, a bit more built up, a bit more saturated. And that's going to progressively happen again as we get closer to us, because again, we're moving farther away from all of that reflected atmospheric light. So I think this might be one of the tallest trees we have right here. And you'll also notice that this is a tall tree, this is a tall tree. Here we have two smaller trees in between. Here we have two other tallish trees, and there's another one in between. So it's a different amount in between, and I'm also trying to vary the sizes quite dramatically. So there we go. Then we'll do a smaller one right down here. And then you can see how I kind of ended up there, and these three look very similar heights now. I feel like I probably should make this one the tallest now. Wasn't initially my plan, but I think it can still work out quite well. Yeah, that'll work out really well. We have the branches kind of going off in a wonky direction there. But when painting trees, wonky is generally a good thing. Makes it look more natural, gives it character. Yeah, I like that a lot. Now we're definitely going to make sure this one is smaller, so for once I am going to begin at the top. And I want this to be really quite small so that the eye doesn't kind of follow this and ramp off the page. We already have this movement, rather it bring in. then bring out. There we go. So now, while I do want to go back and add additional highlights to those, it's time that we start working on the in-between. So I'm going to begin over here just because, again, it's a smaller area. It's going to give us more of an opportunity to kind of finish something, set goals, see completion, and therefore feel accomplishment, get practice, and then we can move into the larger area relatively soon. So here it's supposed to essentially be a combination of the two application styles, in that it's a bit of a vertical stroke, especially up here, and then as I get slightly down, then it turns into a little bit of a tap. And then for the most part, I'll do it right here in isolation so you can really see. I'll start at the top of the tree, because that's how we do these, and then I'll do this tap, and then I'll just kind of let it get lost. See that? Blackish, blackish. Do another one. That way it looks like the tops of the trees and the other trees are casting shadows on them. So there's highlights, aren't moving all the way down, and then these can keep a bit more of their form rather than just getting lost. Occasionally, we will work one down into the rest, because that would happen, but it is going to be occasional. It's not going to be the regular and the norm. So, again, these do get to keep their form. Now, if you look at these in comparison to these right now, that's actually a bit brighter than that value-wise. I think both look good, but we're definitely going to need to go over some of this again with that. And with that, I just mean more green, more thick pigment. Here I am purposefully using more thick pigment to avoid that in the future. So how is the pigment more thick? I just didn't add additional water to my brush prior to this application process right here. And you know what? I can go back in here, touch that up. Sometimes you don't have to do all of it. Sometimes it's about picking the key areas. Yes. Very good so far. Starting to feel really cohesive. The back is mixing with the front. This is finding its way down here properly. There we go. And again, I'm working back up here to ensure that the colors are consistently working well together. I thought we'd move you back to a little bit closer, as we are going to continue this for a little while, and might as well get back to the more detailed perspective. Fair warning, it is now 8 p.m. at night, and I'm not tired per se, but I think after a certain amount of talking in a day, one starts to lose the ability to execute that well. So you might get a slightly more unedited version of this, which is, I think generally fairly fun. I know when I listen to podcasts and the host or the instructor is feeling a little bit sleepy, I think it can turn into a really fun show. So hopefully that's what you get out of this. Generally, I would put this aside and just start again the next day. However, I am going to be in Toronto for some fun but businessy things on the weekend, and so I need to have this done a day early. So if I am up painting till 11 o'clock tonight, and I am making the traceable from 11 to 12, and I am putting the video together from 12 to 1. That's okay. I think we'll have some fun with it. And we'll get this done and ready for you for probably Friday evening. So you'll get this one a little bit earlier this week. So pleased with how it's turning out. I always love being in the comments of these videos for the first hour or so. So if anybody has any quick questions, I can answer and just get to be a part of the conversation. But I don't know if I'll be able to this Saturday, and I'm a little disappointed by it. I'd love to engage in a conversation about this one. I think it's coming along extremely well. And again, I don't think we've ever done mountains like that, or really even this amount of detail in trees before. So, really looking forward to reading your thoughts, your ideas, your perspectives. Really looking forward to seeing your versions of these. I think it'll be pretty great. There we go. Now, we don't have too much left, but again, would highly implore you not to rush, not to get lazy, not to say, oh, it's been great so far. I'm just going to throw some paint on here. I'm going to throw some paint on there. Stick to the way you've been painting. Execute well. Really bring it home. You can see I'm still jumping around quite a bit. There we go. Start combining this into this. Some extra taps. You can see that I'm kind of starting with the larger trees, and then I'm going with small taps up here, and then I bring them down into those larger trees. So you get this interesting amalgamation occurring. There we go. Soon, we will get to talk about the reflection, and that's going to be really exciting. I know everybody likes to paint a good reflection. So at this point, that area, I think, is looking pretty great, but I do still want to go back in with a slight highlight, a slightly more saturated variant. So on top of the previous mixture, I'm just going to add some yellow, some white, and some blue. As you can see, it's a little bit brighter. We just didn't add the Mars Black, but there is Mars Black in the mix because there is Mars Black in the previous application, which was still wet. So I'm just going to take this, going to apply it to the right-hand side of some of my favorite larger trees here in the foreground. Continue to build those up a little bit. Make this area a little bit less visually nebulous. There we go. And this is where it really starts to come together. This is where your trees start to be a little more individual again. Because they were individual when we initially painted them, but then once we added all of the additional details and whatnot, things kind of got lost. And this is your opportunity to reintroduce them. Adding the occasional brighter tree up here, as you can see. If it's a little too bright, you can, again, go back to your finger painting. There we are. Not doing as much over there just because it is so far away. But I'll also take a little bit of it for the grass down here. Remember, we're working predominantly horizontal with it, letting it get lost behind a lot of the trees in the background there. Just like that. It's subtle, it's nice, I'm a fan. we go. So I think I'll probably spend maybe another 10-15 minutes going about this. Not doing anything different, just adding more highlight. And then I will see you, I suppose, for the reflection, which is incredibly exciting. There we go. So it's been about 5 minutes. It didn't take the 20 I expected it to, but I really think those added highlights in the trees did a lot for it. And again, the whole idea is to progress from really small linear vertical strokes at the top to more of a mid-tap stroke in the middle, starting with that linear. And then here in the foreground, these trees are comprised of simply taps. I generally start more so in the middle, and then I find the top just organically in relation to the rest, and we just kind of progressively add layers to that foreground to make them a bit more poppy, a bit more saturated, a bit more high contrast. And we also threw in the grass by working kind of horizontally with the same values and hues that we worked in that tree. But as a whole, very happy with that at this point. Again, nothing is really quote unquote done. I think there are opportunities to go back and touch up everything, but I really like to do all of that at the end when I can see how every subject works in conjunction with every other subject. So at this point, I'm very happy with all of the greenery right there. And our next thing to tackle is the reflection. So things are about to get to be a lot of fun. But before we get to that, there is one incredibly important step I'd like to show you. So that next step is simply to change our water and clean our brushes. Why, you may ask? Well, because this very questionably colored water here will dilute the pigments that we want to use for a reflection and render us something that we don't necessarily really want. Because let's take this brush, let's put it in the water, and let's take it out. What do you see? What do you notice? That the brush perhaps has a different color on it now. So whatever pigment we added to our brush, say a blue or a white, and then we dipped it in here, it would now mix with whatever this is, and we get a new muddy color, something that we don't necessarily want. So it's really important that when you do want to mix with clean pigments and you don't want anything diluted, that you do clean your water. And this is actually something I'd recommend doing fairly regularly. We've been working with a lot of grays and greens, so we haven't had to do it as of late, but the water does end up looking like this, and you will end up with a much better painting if you do fairly consistently switch it out, or at least when you're going to switch to a new, bright, or clean looking pigment. So with that said, let's clean our brushes, clean our water, and then get back into that reflection. So we now have clean brushes, clean water, and I've also applied a little bit of new Cerulean blue and titanium white paint to the palette, just because as you use them, as you can see, other colors do kind of interject in there, and I do want a lot of just that clean, pure pigment. So what we're going to do is start by making our brush slightly damp, as we generally do. Then I'll take quite a bit of titanium white, and I'll move it over to the lighter color that we used in the sky previously. And we're going to look for that pigment, but I'm going to make it slightly more saturated than we did before, which means we probably just won't incorporate the Mars black into it like we did the first time to kind of gray it down a little bit. So as you can see, this in comparison to that, we essentially have the same value with just a little bit more saturation, and I can test it just a small spot here in the sky, just see what that looks like, and that's definitely a slightly more saturated version of the sky. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start cutting along the edges of my mountains here, just like we did initially with the sky. There we go. And we're going to paint as much of this as we can, wet into wet, but there is going to be a point where it dries, and I don't want you to worry at that point, because there is a technique for painting it wet into dry as well. I just want to get as much done like this as I can because it's a little bit easier with reflections. It's not the only way, it's just a little bit easier. So as you can see, once I have those edges in, I am going back with this, and I'm just starting to move that nice light blue about. I'm also going over areas a couple of times, just making sure they are nice and full. Also mixing some additional paint here. This is a little bit brighter, so I'll apply it closer to the mountains themselves where it is a little bit brighter, and then once it's mixed with everything else, I'll start moving it out. We're going to have the reflection of our cloud right there. I do want the edges of our water here to be a little bit darker, so I am going to incorporate additional cerulean blue into that, and then I'll work that along the bottom. There we go. Cleaning my brush, getting more titanium white. Again, working relatively quickly, but not frantically. I still want control at all points in the process, and as soon as I start relinquishing that, that's when things get messy. That's when we make real mistakes. So, keeping control here. I'm making some vertical strokes here for our trees to be. Rather, our reflections of trees to be. And then I'm going back over a lot of this with this horizontal stroke, just to keep things nice and smooth. So far, so good. Let's start working on the clouds. We need to know, or rather we need to make it a little bit more purple. So my red is completely dry. That's unfortunate. Okay, again, nothing to panic about. We're just going to open up a little bit of red. Going to apply that to the palette. There we go. Going to put the lid back on. Going to describe the entirety of the process because I just don't feel like I have time to turn off the camera in between. And now, again, I'll grab a little bit of that red, make a new spot over here on the palette. We do need some Mars black for it. Test it up in the sky. Looks quite good. So now we're going to apply this right down here. You can see that it goes that far. Using minimal amounts of pressure to blend it into the previous application. But if the blue has already dried, you can go back and apply this by simply using more water in your mixture. Then you'll get that wet into dry blend. It'll essentially be applying it over top, but with a semi-transparent application. And you should still get what you want. Here I'm mixing up a bit more, but I'm going to make it a hint darker this time, because it was mixing with that pigment and making it brighter. This is part of the cloud that isn't showing up there. It's a little bit higher up. Here you can see we're starting to build the density of our cloud. There we are. And I'm going back over all of it fairly softly just to remove the predominant brush strokes. There we go. And I'll also move that over here just because it is behind the clouds a little bit. Great. So, now I'm just going to clean the brush relatively well. I will make more of a pinkish purple. And I've actually decided that I want to darken that a little bit. So I'm not going to make this as bright as what it was before. And I think that's about the extent of what I want. So, start applying that right here. And it's mixing with the darker pigment, which makes sense, but I do want it to be a little bit brighter. So, you know what, we will work in some extra titanium white. This is problem solving on the spot. And we're essentially painting this cloud in upside down, but very loosely, because of course this reflection isn't a perfect representation. It's not a glassy reflection, but it's a general reflection. Okay, so now that I have those applied, they look a little messy. I'm going to take all of the pigment off my brush, just make it nice and damp. Really had quite a bit on there. And now, again softly, just work that in. Nice and easy. Just like that. I think I might grab a bit of the darker pigment as well. Rather remix the darker pigment. And this is really a process of kind of going back and forth saying, oh, do I like that? Do I like that? It's also checking the reference photo. But I do feel like this portion of it does have quite a bit of trial and error. Oh, so much better. Yeah. I like that. That's good. I also want it to be a little bit darker over here. Now again, I have a lot of paint, and I don't want to add more paint, but I want to blend it out. So, taking all of the paint off my brush, making it nice and damp, and this is now dry. So this is a wet over dry application, like we keep talking about. We knew it was inevitable, and here we are. And it's working out quite well. There we go. So, right now, admittedly, looking a little messy, but that's okay, truly. I'm now going to grab slightly more of the blue, just work that back over the purple. I guess I should know that this is going to have inevitable messy portions. Just need to accept that when we go into it, and I think we'll be much happier with the actual process itself. Going over portions of the trees, but that's okay. Just making that a little bit less blue. We'll have the real blues here and along the edges. And for now, I think we're going to leave that as it is. So I'm going to start moving into the heads of the mountains. We're going to work up in the same way we initially worked down. So I'll grab some of this, and I think that's the color we used. So I'll actually start trying to mix right there. Be careful with what yellow I'm grabbing, just because it does have a little bit of blue and green in it. Grab some titanium white. It's close. Does need more yellow though. And there we go. That's our color. So I'm just doing a good blend, that way there isn't a mix of varying colors on the brush, and now I can get something much more consistent. So I'll start with some relatively sharper lines. Remember, it doesn't have to be perfect because this reflection isn't glassy. Apply that right there, that right there. I have it all kind of drawn in, so it's pretty easy to mark this right now. There we go. And now I'm going to take all of that extra paint off my brush, as we did for a lot of the wet into dry blending. And then I'm just going to softly, using the edge of my brush, work this around the blue. And this is definitely something we'll have to go back and do over a couple of layers, just because you can see that the transparent orange over the blue can get a little bit darker and a little bit more green, but it's okay. That's something we can fix with layering. But it's something I want there now, just to note that it's something I want to add eventually. It's kind of like a place marker. Now, this area is going to be much more blue than it initially was there, because we do have blue from the sky kind of reflecting and mixing with all of the colors that are reflecting down here. So, we take blue, we'll take black, we'll take white, get a grayish dark blue, essentially a similar value to what we had up here. So I'll do a little test, looks really good, and now start applying that in here. Again, it's going to look a little rough for a little while. Just have faith in the process. I'm working around the snow like I did the first time. And think of it that way, you've already painted this once. This is just your second pass at it. You could paint an exact reflection if you wanted by just flipping the canvas upside down and redoing the lesson. But I think it'll be nice to have some diversity. Now this is relatively thin right now, but I think I'm going to blend into the orange anyway, which as you can see is really darkening the orange, as it did on the other side. So again, we really would have had to go back and redo this area anyway, but at least now we have a base layer, something to build on, and we know how our colors are going to want to react together. Being very soft with this. Yeah, there we go. This is one of those funny situations where on the surface it doesn't look great, but if you've been doing this for a while, you can see how it's going to come together, and you say, oh, you know what, that is a great base layer. Oh, that's going to look like that in the end. And I'm at the point where I'm very confident with it, so that's good. There we go. Going over it a couple times, just trying to soften things. And generally when I do that, I do work horizontally. Here you can see I'm actually going over those white areas, and I'm dragging a little bit of paint over it, but not much, just because I am using such limited pressure. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so yet again, making sure my brush is nice and damp. Head over to this side. I'm going to make this blue, but slightly brighter. Taking this step by step, we'll incorporate the details, rather the reflections of the augmented details in a little bit. So, we have quite a bit of this right here. This is the mountain, then that's going to be right there. That's going to be the reflection of the trees, so this is all blue, but there isn't much else, so that's going to be... Okay. Just looking over at my reference photo, figuring out how exactly I want to do this. So that's that, this is that. So we'll bring that to there. And we might as well make it smaller than it actually needs to be. That opening for this. We just need a marker for where it is essentially right now. There we go. So if yours currently looks a little messy, a little muddy, looks like this, congratulations, you are on the right path. Perhaps it's good that we are doing this a little bit later at night. Kind of feel a bit more free to have fun with it, you know? So, with this kind of in the state it currently is, I think we're going to get a little closer and we'll start incorporating some of the greens and details as well. I'm now going to switch to the 1/2 inch flat-headed brush. So this one's half the size of the other one, but it's still going to carry a lot of paint. It's still going to allow me to create some fairly sharp marks when I want to, and it'll be quite useful. I am going to grab a bit more of that blue before I proceed into the details and just finish off this area. Missed it in our first application, and it's a pretty easy application right there. Then we'll take some of our yellow, some of our blue, some of our Mars black, a little bit of titanium white, make a bit of a darker green, make it blue heavy because it's in the water. Then we'll follow the edge here of these trees, and I will start making this vertical stroke that has very a loose come off point here, as you can see. We will be going back and adding some detail to this. This is just the first layer, and when I drag down, I'm not trying to drag from the middle. As you can see here, it kind of created this line. We don't want that. If it's up at the top here, that looks quite nice. But if it's, again, in the middle like that, it looks a little awkward. So if you get one of those, just go back up to the top and then drag down again from there. See that? I accidentally did it again. It's something that's going to happen because you're going to want to just extend things a little bit, so you'll do that and then say, oh, you know what? This would be better if it's at the top, so don't worry about messing up there. It's very easy to remedy. And I think I'm just about out of paint. So rather than stretching this farther than I need to, farther than I should, grab some blue, grab some yellow, and we will definitely need more yellow soon. White, black. I think we'll need a bit more black. I think we'll need a bit more blue. I think that's just right. It's a little dark. I'm okay with that for the right hand side, as it is going to create a bit of a vignette. And we are going to work some highlights on top of it. So it'll just have more contrast, much like the front of the canvas. Now I'll just head back up to the top and just clean up some of these strokes that go downwards. So here you can see the progression from the lighter green into the darker green, and it really does create some extra depth, which I do appreciate. So far, so good right there. I am cleaning my brush quite well. This is a point where you should question if your water is clean enough to continue, or if it will dilute brighter colors. Mine at this point, I think is still okay. So I'm going to proceed with that, but just something to keep in the back of your head. I am now going to work on the green there. So I'm going to make this a little bit brighter and a little bit more gray, just because it's farther away. So we'll apply that right here. And then we have more of that green reflection right over here. Connect those two. And then these will reflect right here. It's a little bit thin right now. Definitely need thicker paint. So I will go back in with a slightly more blue heavy, but also pigment heavy mixture rather than a water heavy mixture. And it looks like I am able to apply that despite it being wet, so that's good. Now I'm going to make some little vertical markings for that of trees. I think I want it to be slightly darker. Yes. Exactly. Now we have a bit more of a separation there. Now this gray actually almost looks blue in the reference photo, and it's a bit brighter. So I'm going to clean off my brush really well, because we were just working with green. There we go. Grab some blue. Grab some white. And this will really be the test of if our water is clean enough, if this turns into a green. So far so good. Excellent. So, I think I do want to make it a little bit more brown, or grayish dark, which, if I had known I was going to do this, I would have mixed it there instead. Yeah, that looks more natural to me. I like that. I didn't really want to put too many poppy, bright, vibrant colors on the sides, just because it draws the eye away from the center of the piece. And that isn't my goal there. So, things are coming along quite well. Now let's make a truly bright blue. And let's say, okay, you know what, this is the snow. Gets thin right here in the middle, and then it expands, and then it's larger, and then it's lost. And then this one, it kind of gets larger right there, and then it goes up, and then it meets right there. So I'll have to clean up the bottom a little bit, but that's okay. Yeah. Very good. And then there's the little hint of that one as well. Might have a little bit of that there. Good. Now we're going to take all of that pigment off of our brush. Maybe take a little bit more off. And then just soften it. There we go. Now I think it's time we head back into one of those darker blues. So I will continue mixing over here just because it's now kind of the established darker blue area. So that's a nice color right there. We're now going to fix this one up a little bit. Gives us an opportunity to truly blend into it because it's still wet and this new application's wet. And that's also something you can do if you're finding it difficult to work with the dry brush technique. You can just remix both colors. It means you're repainting a subject that you may already really like, but it does give you the opportunity to blend again if that's really how you want to paint. Acrylics can be quite versatile. So now we're just making sure this layering's a bit more thick. So far so good. And the majority of the canvas is now covered, but I still don't feel like we're too close to done yet. Still have quite a bit to do. There we go. Going over this area again because it was quite thin. Softly blend into / on top of the orange. Get it to look fairly soft. So I'm moving my brush in a lot of different directions. I generally try to end in horizontal just so it's consistent if any brush strokes do show through. And here we'll do some little vertical taps just to create more possible impressions for trees. See that? That turned out really well. I like that a lot. So, from there, we shall proceed to add significantly more yellow to our, you know what, I say that, and then I look in this area and I say, you know what, we can touch that up for a second. After this, we'll add more yellow to the palette, and we'll start working on our orange applications yet again. But again, we'll do that in a minute. There we go. Okay, so let's take a little break, add some new pigment to our palette, and probably clean our water. Actually, definitely clean your water. We've been working with a lot of blues. We're about to be working with more yellows. Definitely want clean water. Definitely want clean brushes. So now that we have some clean water and clean brushes, I'm going to take my small round pointed brush, some of our cadmium red light hue, cadmium yellow deep hue, take some titanium white, mix that in there, make sure that it's fairly similar to that of our rocks on the top. And now I'm going to start adding in some of those movements and applications, loosely, of course. Just looking for the larger primary portions of the subjects. And I'm essentially just painting them upside down. So there's a lot of vertical strokes, like how I generally started the mountains, and then we may go back in with some horizontal strokes and some darker applications that are done in this mix of blue and orange. But I'm also letting it be a lot more blended. So now I'm going back over a lot of the bottom portions specifically, and I'm doing these very soft little vertical strokes, which make it look a lot more loose. You could also go horizontal to stay consistent if your horizontal strokes are quite notable. Now this area is pretty interesting. And it's through these details, it's through going back with this brush, that we're going to arrive at the detail we really want for this area. There we go. That's nice. You can even occasionally move into the darker blue area because the reflection is drifting. That's what I'm doing there. That's what I'll do right here. If it's strong, remember, finger painting. Never forget. One of our greatest tools. Actually, at the end of most of these lessons, if you've watched the channel for a while, you know I like to give you the people who really care, the people who are willing to learn as much as they can before they jump into a painting, who really want to be informed and do a great job. I try to give you a keyword, a special word to use at the end of the lesson, to use as kind of a little badge of honor in the comments to know that, hey, you know what? I did this, I got that far, and everybody else, including myself, will know. But it's also just a fun little game we play. So, today's word, or phrase, or action, will be finger painting. So you can either say finger painting in the comments, or you can incorporate it into a sentence for extra creative points. I always love reading these. I think they're so fun. Get to be creative with our paint and our words. So here you can see I am working this up into the blue as I start to run out of paint. because then we get a natural transition and a gradient. And you can see that I am embellishing. This is a bit more orange than the actual one above, but I think it works quite well. There we go. Really, really like that. I think that added a lot. Just going to touch up some of my edges. Try to make sure that I don't have that darker blue as an edge anywhere that should be an orange edge, because it'll look like an outline and a little cartoony if it is. Oh, that's good. I am occasionally incorporating those horizontal strokes as well. Just thought I would note that at this point. There's a couple. And then it gets significantly darker as you get over there. So I'm going to clean my brush quite well, yet again. Then I'm going to take some of our titanium white, a little bit of our cerulean blue, mix those together to make a nice snow pigment. And now with this smaller brush, in this larger, softer area, I'm going to recreate these lines and strokes a bit more sharply, a bit more definitively. So here you can see that I actually have the separation, which I didn't have before. Started with something vague and loose. Now we're getting into something that's a bit more solidified. There we go. Really starting to like this one. Take some more blue, some more white. Make this mixture a bit more blue heavy. Then I'll say, okay, you know what, this starts here. And you can redraw this out, by the way, if you'd like to. You don't have to risk it with paint as I am. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect, which is why I'm allowing myself to be a bit more loose with it. There we go. Trying to soften some of these edges still. Just looking for different areas of snow. There's some right up here, which is quite interesting. Now we're going to mix a bit more of our green. So I'll take some of our yellow, our blue, our white, and our black. Make those look fairly good. Definitely want it to be a blue heavy mixture though. So I'll just keep adding blue. I'm going to take off the extra pigment and then head into the trees. There we go. And it's apparent that this needs to be a bit brighter to stand out as our highlight pigment. So I'm looking for the more dominant trees. This one's pretty dominant. There's one. I think I want a little bit more blue in my mixture. Okay, let's try that out. That's much better. It's a subtle difference, but it's much better. It's really part of the water now. So I'm starting at the bottom, just so I can kind of map them out, make sure that they're in the right spot. And then with a bit of tapping, but this time more so of a vertical drag, I move that tree down. See, it's just getting more and more interesting. What we do need to make sure of though is that we're not creating equal intervals in between each tree. So if you see that happening, look for another bright tree that might be able to offset it. There we are. And now I'm going back in with more of a tap. Once the general shape is applied, this is just going to give it that extra bit of realism that the tree has. Now we're going to mix together a bit of a darker blue. So I'll start with some cerulean blue, a little bit of titanium white, not too much though, and about a little more than double the Mars Black than titanium white. And this should act as a really nice shadow color for our reflections. Of course, we can test it on our reference photo, make sure that's correct. And then we can start incorporating this elsewhere. So I'm looking at all of those little divots in there. Again, doesn't have to be perfect. Just needs to be a good implication of the subjects in which we're painting. Now I'm going to take a lot of the pigment off my brush, go back over a lot of those edges, really soften them, smooth them out, make it so that the middle is quite opaque, the edges are fairly transparent. So it makes it look soft, makes it look flowing. There's a movement to it. It's not hard and coarse like the actual rock. So now we look to this side, say, okay, you know what, there's a piece that goes like that. And we didn't soften this yet, so I will go back to that. Might work in circular strokes with my brush, like that. If it's starting to dry, you kind of grind the bristles into the canvas, which isn't great for the brush, the bristles, or the tools you're using, but it does a good job of kind of moving about pigment that is a little bit past the blending stage, and it makes things look relatively soft when using this brush. So here you can see I look at that, I come right back down, I say, okay, you know what, this is right behind this snow, that makes sense. I'll make it a bit darker. And then there are some little divots here. So we are very loosely recreating the sky. It's almost like doing an impressionistic painting on the bottom, where the painting on the top is a bit more realism. It's an easy way of thinking about it. So here we go, making it a bit darker. Getting that cerulean blue. There we go. That looks good. So here we have this movement, and then it gets quite dark right up near the top. We don't have much of that dark pigment up near the top of this one either, or this one, so you know what? It's great that we mixed that. And you can also work the slightly different value into these pre-existing areas, just to diversify a little bit. And now that I don't have much paint on my brush, I'm going back over some of these edges and softening. In the same way we did with the water before, this has started to dry, so I am grinding those bristles in a little bit more. Get a lot of good practice both wet into wet and wet into dry on this painting. Now you get to use this technique to practice your wet into dry blends. So I did quite a bit of that at a farther distance because, again, it's something that needs to work very cohesively. But now that we've done quite a bit of it farther away together, I think we can move back in and kind of finish it off up close where you can see really, really well what I'm doing. It's important to note that on that idea, having a cohesive painting is better than having a painting with some really well done areas and some okay areas. Having it consistent is going to make the painting look significantly better regardless of how good each piece of it is. And that's why I do make such a point to paint from a bit farther away. And so you see it from a bit farther away, just because it's so important. And if that means sacrificing a detail here or there, it's worth it. So, it's coming along quite nicely. Now going to take a bit of our blue, bit of our white, mix these two together, make something nice and bright. And there's some water in the background here that's working horizontally over top some of our reflections. So we'll just apply that like this. It meets this reflection right here. And then it can get lost right behind that. It's a nice little movement we have. Now, I'm not quite done with the reflection, but before I finish it, I really want to head up to this cloud right here and see what I can do with it. I know I definitely want it to be a bit darker. I want it to blend more in there. So I think we'll start by taking some red, some blue, mixing up a red dominant purple. We'll get some white to brighten / desaturate it. We'll get some black to darken / desaturate it. And let's see how close this is to our previous colors. As you can see, it's actually more saturated than anything we have in the sky, and it's also darker than anything we have in the sky. So we know that we need to lighten it and we need to desaturate it. White will do both of those things. So now let's test this. It's better. We now have a slightly darker cloud at the back here. But I definitely want it to be more blue, and I still want it to be less saturated. So I'll add some blue, I'll add some white, I'll add some black, and at this point we essentially want to add enough white and black to keep the value the same, but to just desaturate it a bit. And this is actually quite close to what we had there, so that's definitely a step in the right direction. Kind of rebuilding the base layer here. Already makes the pink stand out better, already makes the mountain stand out better. This was a step in the right direction. I'll get some additional titanium white, brighten up that mixture as we move over here towards the left-hand side. I'm blending it in with a bit of a rounded stroke. Not really pressing the bristles into the canvas too hard though. This is going to give us that softer look. And here I'm blending wet into dry as I run out of paint. And you can see that just moves on top so subtly, so nicely. There we go. So it's definitely an improvement. I don't love the cloud yet. but we're getting there. We'll add some extra titanium white. Brighten up this side now, but it's less saturated. Oh, that looks really good. Yeah. Okay, we're finding it. This is one of those applications that is discovered through trial and error. And I think I'm going to just lighten up the back of it now that I don't have much pigment on my brush, and what I apply will be quite soft. See that? We're just taking that value and making it softer. And I think I'll actually move it out here, just so the cloud starts to get a little bit more lost in the sky than it currently is. Definitely better. Though I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to stop painting. I'm going to stop recording for 5 minutes. I'm going to step back about 5 feet, I'm going to look at it, I'm going to think about it, I'm going to let it sink in, and then I'll proceed from there. So, as an update, I have been working on the sky now for, probably another 5 minutes, and the camera was not recording, which is very unfortunate, but I am going to show you how I kind of took that larger, more dense looking cloud and turned it into something a bit more flowing, a bit more moving. So let's take a little bit of pink here. I'd apply it to an area. I'd work it out in a lot of round strokes. So I get that wet into dry blend. You can see just how soft that is. It's eliminating any of the hard edges I have right there. And then I'd also take my finger and I'd just go back to finger painting. Here we'll do another new cloud and finger paint it. And then we'll just build it up in the areas, specifically in the middle where we want it. But I think the sky is going to be something that's a little bit different for everybody, just because there's so many little movements and intricacies. And I'm definitely straying pretty far from the path on the actual reference photo. I really liked the pink. I wanted a bit more of it in there. I think that it complements that quite well. So here you can see I'm just taking more of that general pink that we used for the highlight, working that into these clouds, into the middle, and then I do a little bit of a blend, make it nice and soft. There we go. Do another one over here, making that a bit smaller, a bit more transparent. And if you don't like anything, recognize that you can just take some blue, some titanium white, some Mars black, mix up a brighter but gray blue, probably like that. Like that, yeah. And then you can just work over different areas in that same way. Rounded strokes, then maybe a little bit of a finger paint at the end. This is also a great color for the background clouds. There we go. So now that we have that in the sky, which is dramatically different from the reflection, I guess I do get to show you the technique used in the clouds yet again, because we do need to do it down there again. So that actually worked out quite well. It's just a little bit less repetitive now, especially considering this is very loose, which that will need to be as well. So I'm going to continue here with the 1/4 inch round pointed brush. I'm going to make sure that it's nice and damp. Then I'm going to head over here and create a slightly darker pinkish purple. So I'll start with some red, grab about an equal amount of our blue. I'll grab a little bit of titanium white, not too much, and a little bit of Mars black. So just like that, we have a fairly dark pigment, which if I test in the sky, I can see just by putting the brush up it's far too dark. So we will add more of that titanium white. I'll test this one. Oh, and that looks really nice. So now let's create the base for our cloud. And I'm going to do that, of course, by just painting the same thing upside down. I'm using these rounded strokes, as you can see. And the more I move this out, the more evident just how red it is. which is okay. It is the base layer. It's going to go through many iterations here. Those two connect. This one is just a bit bigger. You can see once I have the main subject, I rotate my brush quite a bit. I soften those edges despite the fact that this is all dry. And then we'll just have a little bit of playful movement back here as well. There we go. So, once we have that, I am actually going to desaturate it a little bit. I'm going to add some extra white, a little bit of extra blue, a little bit of extra black, and now significantly more white because that was a lot of black. And now a little bit more red and blue. Kind of just working back and forth until we find what we really want here. Asking ourselves, is it too dark? Is it too light? Is it too saturated? Is it not saturated enough? Is it too red? Is it too blue? And if you ask yourself all of those questions repeatedly, eventually you'll end up with the right color. So I'll test that up here again. Okay, that looks better. So, layer number 2. Significantly more dull, but that's not a bad thing. And now we have this really nice color kind of showing underneath, slightly mixing in. It's more complex, it's more interesting. There we go. This worked out really well. What does Bob Ross always say? Happy accidents. There we go. So, we have the start to our cloud. Much better. The reflection itself already, much better. Then we'll take some extra titanium white, some extra cad red light hue, and we'll just bump it up a little bit. Not too much. Say, okay, you know, what's the most light area here? It's kind of the areas that are going to protrude a little bit out of the cloud. So there's some here, there's some here. This, the top of it, very much so. This here too. And then, you know what, we'll do that rounded blend back in, like that, and then we'll do that rounded blend back out. See that? Wet and to dry. Of course, this cloud is much more loose than the top one, because it's simply the reflection. And you can also mute the rest of the darks by using this atop it once you have almost no paint left on your brush. There we go. So far so good. Let's make it, again, slightly brighter. More titanium white. Start in those brighter areas. And after, I'm going to show you how we can reshape it should you feel like you kind of lost the shape in the process. Which can happen, especially when you're working loosely. And now that I don't have much paint left on my brush, I'm just moving this back over the remaining areas. It's not going to be as bright, but it will be brighter. And there you go, we have a great upside down cloud. And that's really all I did in the top to soften this. In fact, you know what, I'll grab a little bit of it, and I'll just soften that darker area that we applied. And just like that, very happy again. So, now I'm going to remix some blue. So take some blue, we'll take some white. There we go. Test that down here. Okay, definitely need a darker version. So we'll add some extra Mars black. Give that a test. Still needs to be darker. Okay. Definitely needs to be more blue now. Test that. And I'm not afraid to continuously apply this despite how wrong it may be, because I know in the end I'm going to cover it up with what's actually correct. So I'm just trying to keep that spot small so I don't have to use a lot of paint later on. But it's okay to kind of mess up a spot if, you know, in the end you're just going to find the right color and paint over it with everything else. So there's lots of trial and error happening right now. That might be it. Yeah, there's a little bit of red in here because of the previous cloud applications, but that's it. So really happy here. I'm going to separate these clouds because they're separated up in the top. I'm going to make that divot a lot bigger. Good. I think I'll actually turn this into more of a blue. I need to make it a bit brighter blue though. So here we are, a little bit closer. Grab some extra titanium white. Work that over into that previous blue. And now we'll test that. Still not as saturated as we need it to be. Definitely is bright though. So now we know we just need our mixture to be more blue than anything. There we are. Now this is going to blend into the pre-existing application, so it won't be perfect yet, but we'll be able to create a gradient from what we had previously into it, which is quite good. Setting us up for success in the near future. Cleaning my brush. I'm going to grab some extra blue, and I'm going to mix this in a slightly different area, that way we don't have any Mars black mixing into it. There we go. Test that there. Oh, that is so perfect. So again, I'm not able to move it into this because this area is still a little bit wet, and it does have those other colors. See, when I drag it out there, it does disrupt the other blue, but that's good. We now know exactly what we need for when that is a little bit more dry. So from there, let's take a bit more of the blue that we were using for the previous sky and have it dip into there. And then you can work this back into the cloud and soften it. So again, if you lose the form, all you have to do is remix the blue and the colors on the outside and work them back in. We do have one more detail I really want to incorporate once we're satisfied with this though. Something I think that'll really take this to a special place. There we go. So once you have your cloud and the bottom water area the way you want it, we're going to use a technique that isn't really shown prominently in the reference photo, but I can see hints of it, and I love the way it looks in this type of picture. So we're going to take our smallest brush, we're going to take some of our cerulean blue, move that up here, we're going to take some titanium white, essentially remix the blue that we have in here. I'm going to take the extra off my brush, I'm going to test it, it needs to be just right, and it is. So now we're going to take this and we're going to move it just slightly over portions of our image, like that. We're just disrupting it incredibly slightly. I'm moving them forward they're kind of getting lost in different areas because the value does change. The hue does change. So there you can see I'm not moving it over the mountain, and now here I am. And this one's going to be a bit brighter the more we move up with it. I think when a lot of people do things like this, they go in with a pure white, and I'm trying to use colors that are already pre-existing in here. It'll just make it look a lot more natural. There we go. Occasionally they will extend like that. I'm using a fairly watery mixture right now. That way I do get it to be semi-transparent. That way it glides across the canvas. There we go. With this, I would say less is more. So do little bits, take a step back, take a little bit of a break, see if you like it, how it's progressing. If the answer is yes, okay, great. You know what? Let's grab a little bit more, let's mix a little bit more, let's continue. But make sure that you are being aware of just how much you've done, the ratios, and how much is over here, how much is on this hand, on this side. There we go. Kind of mirroring a little bit of the edge there. It's an interesting effect. This blue is perfect right there. So it'll be really nice moving it over the cloud, the reflection of the cloud. And any portion of this that you don't love, you can just work this on top of that area more so and just kind of lose part of it. It's lost in the reflection. It's really nifty. Lost in the movement of the water. It's a little bit stark for me, so I just thin that out with my finger and the brush. Do that again there. And it's essentially too stark because I don't have enough water on my brush and I have too much pigment. So there I just added more water, I took the pigment off, and now we're back to subtle. You can see just how small a lot of these are. Occasionally I do a bit more of a drag, but it's the myriad of these smaller ones that are really going to accumulate to something interesting. There we go. Let's get you a little bit closer. So here we go again. Taking some of our blue, move that up to our designated spot. Titanium white. I'm going to take a lot of that extra paint off because remember, we want more water than paint in these mixes. Here I am disrupting more of that back area. It's very subtle along the greens here. Matches quite nicely with that. Here we'll make it slightly brighter. Should match this area up top a little bit better. And this is going to look really nice in 2 seconds. Now it's full of texture, full of movement, but it's not distracting. It's subtle. And that's exactly what we want, and that's why we use colors that pre-exist in the water and in these areas. And we're not trying to make waves. That's important. Just small movements, small little shimmers. There we go. Let's move some back over this. Remember, subtlety is key. We don't want them to be too large. We don't want individual ones that are kind of standalone. These really will stand out. So I'm going back in. I'm applying a lot of additional ones. It's disrupting the application of the cloud in a really nice way. And I'm almost out of paint here. So we will grab some in just a second. But while I have this very subtle watery mixture, I am going to go and do some work with it. Very good. So again, mixing more paint. Blue, white, subtle, and well done. And if you feel like you've introduced a new blue, a color that isn't kind of pre-existing, just try to splash it in numerous places and eventually it'll feel like it fits. There we go. I love this area right here. That is quickly becoming a favorite area of the painting. Again, we did a very minimal amount over these initially. Now I feel like, okay, we can do a bit more, so I'm heading back into that area. You can still soften them if you want to. There, we're really breaking that edge, which is interesting. There we go. And this is why initially we were okay with it being so loose and even messy, because we were going to put in all of those extra details and then we were going to disrupt all of them with this movement of water. You can also go back in with oranges or whatever colors you may have been using and work in these same strokes and have them move out and disrupt the blues of the water. It works both ways. Don't think we need too many over here on the right hand side, just because this area is already very visually interesting with all of the greens that we have there, with the pop of this. We can actually tone that down a little bit with this technique. But essentially all of the extra detail here is going to balance all of the hue and brighter greens over there. We still need some of them over here to make sure it's cohesive, but we don't need as many as what we have going on right there. So after applying those final strokes and stepping back, I realized we're finished. We completed this incredibly detailed, very, very advanced painting, and I'm so glad we did. I have wanted to do mountains like this with that warm light reflecting on them for so long, and to get the opportunity to do that not only once, but also twice in the reflection, it was so fulfilling. And I'm really, really happy with how this came out. So I'd like to say a big thank you to you for sticking around, for being a part of the community, for being so invested. Again, I think it's incredibly impressive when someone is willing to spend literally hours to learn something, to be as good at something as they can possibly be. And I want to say a good congratulations to you for just being here, putting in the time, putting in the work, and doing what you're doing. with that said, I would also, of course, like to say a big thank you yet again to our Patreon supporters for literally making this happen. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to paint as frequently as I do, to make these lessons as frequently as I do. I previously tried to do 2 other lessons this week, and both of which I was like, you know what? We can do something better. So I was able to try this one, thanks to the extra time, thanks to you, thanks to the support, and it wouldn't have happened without you. There just wouldn't have been a lesson this week. So thank you for, again, providing these for everybody else who's watching. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for really making this channel and this community what it is, because it's because of you. And that's the truth. And I don't want to get too sappy about it. So there you go. I really hope you enjoyed the lesson. I hope you took a lot out of it, from the trees to the reflections to the rocks to the snow to the clouds. So much in this one. And of course, I will see you very soon with a brand new painting lesson. But before you go, if you are new to the channel and you would also like to help support the channel, you can do so up over on Patreon, where again we do have the reference photos, the traceables, a bunch of bonus lessons, all 5 of my ebooks including acrylics for beginners, access to our exclusive Facebook group where we do share our artwork, ask each other questions, give each other help, all of that good stuff. And again, at higher tiers, I also do personalized art reviews. So plenty of interesting things up there. I do recommend checking it out if you are new to the channel, or you just want to say thank you for the lessons. So again, thank you for just stopping by, whether you are joining Patreon or not. Thank you for just being a part of the community. Honestly, such a pleasure to make this here with you today, and I really look forward to the next thing we create. This was actually a piece that was sent in by a patron. It was included in a poll. It did very well in the poll, and so we painted, and we will continue to paint some future paintings from lessons chosen by you and the patrons. So thank you for that as well. Just a little aside there at the end. But again, you take care. Best of luck with your painting, and I hope you find as much success and fulfillment in it as I did. So again, above all, as always, stay creative.